Yes. Come on. Big up yourselves. Grand risings. Good afternoon. You don't know it's the 999 in the building. Just a quick one still. Just a quick one. But yeah, man, we'll definitely have to come get a couple shout outs and ting. You get me? So yeah, family man. Not my usual settings, but yeah, when needs must and all that good stuff. Big up yourself, actual factual, big up yourself. One in the building. So yeah, family, like I'm saying now, first and foremost, you know how we do over here. Let's give thanks and praises. Yeah, that we've all awoken to see another day because nobody knows the hour, the second, or the minute in these mad times. Do you know what I mean? And seemingly, if it ain't through one thing, it could definitely be through another. Yeah, but yeah, man. Just be careful out there, folks. But yeah, so that's the first thing. Give thanks and praises. And yeah, man. Today, zooming through already. Today is now the 6th day of the 10th month, 2023. Yeah. My gosh, man. I swear, people, I can remember being in this very same position. I don't know, man. I swear they definitely did taking out some time out of the day. But let me not digress straight away still. But yeah, man, like I said, I ain't really come to Tower too long. But as you can see in my title, there's gonna be some works going on today. So I'm definitely coming out to say big up to them man there and women, actually, because I'm sure there'll be females there. But big them up still, right? Car we always talk about certain things, you know what I mean, truth to power and that. So today we're gonna be seeing it happen and that. So big up to 95 Crip and all the other gentlemen that are definitely involved with what we're speaking about here. But like I said, you know what I mean? You have to yeah, man, when the works are being done, you have to big them up still, man. So if we're gonna be there to sort of cower them down when it ain't happening, then yeah. When it's a go on, I have the same kind of energy in that I would suggest. So I don't know, it feels a bit weird coming in at this sort of time, to be fair. But let me see. Let me just quickly do something. Oh, good afternoon, Victoria. Good afternoon. Yeah, man. Everything will be good, man. God is good. But just a bit of civic action, Victoria, you know? Civic action, hopefully, you know what I mean? So that's all, bab. But a necessity for some of us, I would suggest at this time still. What is this? Okay. So yeah, man. Sorry. I'm in my studio as well. Should have done this already still. But yeah, my family, like I'm saying, innit? It's definitely not a long one. But today, because unfortunately, like I said yesterday, you know, there's been another unnecessary life lost. But yeah, man. I think some of the call-ins have been heard, and it seems like some people are looking to take some action, and I'm all for it. So, yeah, man, things have got to change on it, so maybe it can start. Well, absolutely, Victoria, because there's newer generations to come, boy, and I don't know what's being left to them is not great at the moment, is it? To be fair, and again, it's not even just a one society thing, to be honest. You know what I mean? But everyone's got to be responsible for their own sort of rubbish, as it were, innit? So, but yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, a lot of this is going on up north as well, but it's just not reported down here. But it's the same just the same sort of, you know what I mean, nonsense, unnecessary nonsense where it comes to loss of life. You know, the prison. I mean, the thing is now as well, because all the youth them have got smartphones in jail and that, so everyone's posting wagwan in jail and all of this type of shit. And in fact, there was one guy actually. I should have actually saved it, you know, because he posted and he was definitely trying to let the youth know, say, "Ooh, this jail thing ain't no joke thing, man." Do you know what I mean? Like, I should have tried to. I might have even saved it, you know. Big up yourself, Divine.
Best up, sissy.
Yeah.
Best up, family.
Yeah, man. I was just saying that there's a guy that posted about jail and he was in jail. He was ballied up and that, but he was making the youth them know. So nah. When man's out there saying free this person and free that person, the person that they're talking about, he's on the wing, bust up. You get me? You know what I mean? There's nothing going on. He said he's collapsed. Do you know what I mean? These are the words he's using. So he's trying to let the youth them know, like, and you know what as well? Yeah, I don't know if I can play it, you know, but like I want to talk about this Brixton thing. Oh my gosh, Rika B, I tell.
Something wrong. Big up Rika. Something wrong.
You are tell Rika B. Big up yourself, sis, man. God damn. Yeah, man. Nice to see your name in the cutter, sis. Hope you're well, man. That's a blast from the past, Divide. Yeah, man.
I know, right? But what was you saying about this brother, like?
Yeah, so he was just saying to the little mandem, like, because he was saying don't let them mandem out there glorify what's going on in here. You get me? So when he's saying, like, when they're saying like free Kizzer or whatever, you know what I mean? He's saying that this same Kizzer is busted on the wing, not a go on for him, this, that, and the other. He's doing a 20 stretch or a 30 stretch. When he comes out, he's gonna be busted.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? He said, even because this guy that's speaking, he's in for murder, innit? Yeah. And he's saying, even him, you know what I mean? You know, so I would rather see them kind of videos than, you know, the man them that try to show jail like it's a hotel and like they're living large.
Give them the reality. So
yeah, man,
the young youths know when you're doing your madness on the road and that this is your future. Like, persuade them not to go down this path. Amen. Come on.
Them man, they should get beaten up, the ones that are trying to do all of that, man. You know what I mean? Because the man them inside are supposed to be like, nah, don't do that, bro, because now you're making the thing look like it's, and that's not what it is. Do you know what I mean? Unless
hold on, pause. I just got to remember I played back your show. I have to send a shout out to Chefs. Come on, I heard that.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad to hear women, the sisters are speaking up a bit more. I would love to hear a bit more representation. No matter which panel you're on, I want to hear more sisters speaking and giving another dimension to arguments. And that's all it is, yeah? Big up, Shares, for coming by and speaking up your chat. You know, I'm finally talking up and speaking up certain things, because you don't really hear from Chefs at all. Don't we? I completely forgot about her, yeah, to be honest. But when I played back the show and I heard Chefs up here, I was like, come on, this is what we're talking about. Like, you don't have to agree, you know, but I want to hear other women talking. It can't be just me and 9 just out here speaking, and we're not speaking for everybody, you know what I mean? Everyone has their own point of view. So big up the sisters that are coming through and they're talking and they're saying what they feel, how it is from their point of view, from their, you know, set of spectacles from their perspective. You know, I'm giving a perspective on both sides. Come on, pick up those sisters, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's the appreciation that those few or many years of difference in age, there's quite significant differences in mentality, attitudes, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? Towards men, relationships, this, that, and the other. Although, like she was saying, some of those are hangovers, potentially from
some of them are experiences that are just learned behavior and stuff, you know. Because when she was talking about the women that have gone through certain things, that's the bit when I grip my ears. Yeah, she spoke about, you know, certain women that have gone through stuff and they might be hating on men or whatever. That bit, I want to hear more of that. Yeah. Because there's no more of those kind of comments. It's always kind of either one side or the other, but I want to hear a bit more of that. So when the sisters are ready, don't be shy. Come out and talk your thing, innit? whether people agree with you or not, just say what you got to say and how you might see things or how you might be viewing things. It might be completely different from us, but we won't know it until we hear it. But big up yourselves, man. Come on. Reek, I want to hear you next, shit.
Yeah, man, and big up Sis Carter, gave me a little shout out and that. So big up yourself, sis. And yeah, man, you don't know. After 6 settings can go on. But yeah, man, but going back to definitely what we're speaking about here. So yeah, man, definitely big up the mandem in it. Yeah, big them up, man. You get me? Big them up. And
shout out to 9's right now. I'm not lie. Be a 9's meet up on right now. So excuse me from early, innit?
No, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I know 9's. Hold on, I'm just bringing it up now so people don't know. All right. So just for a little bit of context, so people don't know what we are talking about still. Big up yourself, EIE. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Code. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. So Victoria's asking the question, have the schools stopped people going in and talking to the kids? I remember we had different people come and talk to us about different things. And I concur with that, Victoria, because I sort of mentioned the same thing yesterday, whereby certainly in primary school, like you'd have police come in, and also you'd have local people that you knew as well, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because I was speaking to Victoria about that, the local policeman, like, you know them ones. Did you have a local Bobby that you think you knew, Divine?
Sorry, sis, I was so watching the chat. Yeah, EIE. Big up EIE. Big up. Oh gosh, man, Mr. Lee. Cha. Anyway, go on.
No, I was just saying, when we were coming up, we sort of had like the local PC plod in it, that you were sort of familiar with his, you know what I mean, his patch, as it were, or the children or the people on his patch.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You knew your lollipop lady.
Right.
You knew all these kind of things. You knew your local shopkeepers. Right. Yeah.
Right. And then just going back to what Victoria was asking, because often these were the same people that would even come in and give talks in the schools. Because I'm sure even our lollipop lady came and gave a talk. I can't remember about what.
Listen, the lollipop lady came in and gave a talk about how to do the road code. Remember, you used to have the road code.
Oh, yeah, the green cross code.
Yeah, and how to cross the road and wait for the green man and the little red man and all of that. I remember them taught there in primary. Then you had the dentist that came in and done the teeth and gave you them things to make your mouth turn blue or red or whichever color you picked or whatever. Listen, we knew everybody back then. Now it's a different times.
But in answer to your question, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, Victoria. When I was doing certain things, I would say no. They, you know, what they probably have more is like maybe like more professionals or, you know, people that come in to do specific things related to education as opposed to persons of the quote unquote community. Do you know what I mean? So I would say no, to be honest. I would say no. I don't think it's happening now as much as it once did. I would say no, because I don't think there's a sort of community cohesion that there once was before anyway for that to happen, to be honest. So I would hasten a guess and say no, Victoria, to that one there still, which is obviously unfortunate, man. Okay, we see Uncle T in the building. Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Much love and blessings to Uncle T.
So this is another man we have to big up still, Carl. Tony's always been on the works. You get me? Even when somebody look a young boy, them I tell him, so no, I know that if you do. Imagine. You get me? But the man them said no, this them depon, and I ate that. So yeah. That we what's yes, Max. Oh God, we also had the next prisoner come in and talk to many of the boys, telling them that the prison is not a big thing. Maybe it's something we can push the school to start doing.
Big up, 9's.
Yeah, bless up, Mackie. To be fair, Victoria,
big up, lady.
How you ever just passed through which woman's got you so busy, God of Jacob? Every now we see you just pass through for Block Tom. I ain't got no time for sit down. The Caribbean girls got you on smash GOG.
You need to leave it alone.
Yeah, she's got him on smash, man. All he can do now is pass you on buck finger. Big up the Caribbean queens. Jeez.
Caribbean, I run things over GOJ side. Come on, GOJ, sort the things.
Mr. My man never have no time. Like, yo, he's probably grating some coconut right now with his hand. Because she said no blood cleat blender. But yeah, Scott or Jacob, big up yourself, man. Yeah,
welcome,
yes,
Maku, welcome. Morning, well, it's afternoon now.
Welcome.
Yeah, we're doing a quick afternoon one.
Happy New Day, man. Happy New Day.
Yeah, trust me. And the sun has shined too. So, you know, melanin up. Amen. But yeah, man, obviously, you can see we're just coming to big up the thing because, you know, my man's showing up this afternoon, Max, yeah?
Right.
You get me?
Come
So
on.
just come for shouting them out still, because we're saying we have to big you up when you get me, because if we say whatever when it's not, we have to definitely big you up when it is.
When it's taking play. Like finally our calls are being answered, innit? Like demand them to
I
come.
definitely got a lot of love for 9's. And I can play a video where me and him made together. Do you get what I'm saying? Talking about the same type of issues, maybe like two years ago or something like that.
You and him sit down in a bedroom. You know the video you had.
I said, sit down in a car. Yeah, we did a little bit more than that, but that's the bit.
No, but I'm talking in that particular video.
Yeah. No, and even when I played this video the other day, I was saying like he's talking about the real thing. He's always been consistent. Do you get what I'm saying? He's like he wanted the drug dealers out and all of that from the ends. And who's ready
and
to
this
roll.
is all we've been crying for, you know, Maku. All this time we've been crying, saying, listen, okay, we get it. We can't raise man in it. We can't raise boys into man. But if that's the case, then we need the men then to go in there and then get the boys them together, because they're not going to listen to us as black women. Because anything we say is going to come across as nagging, period. So now that the man them are doing it, we have to big them up, parade them, because they're going into the trenches. You understand?
Definitely.
Come on.
We always rate that.
Yo, big up the family. Big up the family. Big up the queens. And big up Mr. Maku every time, 24/7. Big up the family in the chat. Rika B, I see you, love. It's a long time we haven't seen you. Big you up still. So what family? Is there something happening down Brixton? Because I'll go there right now, you know.
6 o'clock tonight, 6 o'clock.
What's happening down there at 6?
Let me play the video and clue you in a little bit, T, and then we can talk about it. But this is 95 Crip on the screen here. And he's done a little shout out, if you want to call it that. And that's why I was saying come to big him up still, because this is the same thing that we've been barling for, a certain way. Then he's also, quote unquote, maybe a better cause for some. You understand what I'm saying to you, as opposed to, you know, what we've been discussing for the last few days, whatever, which is fine. But yeah, man, he's saying that he's coming to do the inner works, man. You get me? So, you know, but let me play it and then we can have a little talk about it. Yeah, man, today.
My battery's kind of low, Queen 9, so hopefully it will still have liquid energy till the end of this vlog. How long is the vlog, by the way?
Well, this little shout out is
doing it's a little short one.
It's a short one. Okay, all right then. I didn't know whether it was a half an hour or an hour.
No, man.
So, you don't do that. You don't do that. No.
Okay, right.
So you get me.
All right. Run the track.
I can show that Brixton footage. You get me. I didn't want to pipe. I know it's gonna break a lot of people's heart. You get me. But at the same time, shock back the pipe. Therefore, we're right at the brink now of the revolution. We're right on the brink, you know. The heartstrings of people are mad right now after this Croydon thing. Even me, myself, seeing that going down there. It's a different thing, a different energy. Seeing all them flowers, seeing all the blessings given to the little girl that didn't even need to die, yeah? So remember that. But now this whole Brixton thing coming down, I'm driving back down, I'm hearing this Brixton thing going on now. That's what I'm saying, we're at the brink now. The revolution now, yeah? So all we got to do now, go Brixton tomorrow and we got to flush out the ends where we know the perpetrators stay. That's what we got to do. There's no point going Brixton and doing nothing. We got to go there and flush out where the perpetrators stay. You understand? And sweep. I'm talking about that sweeping time. You understand? Like a broomstick, like a sweep now. Yeah? I remember this thing, you know. You want to change certain things, violence, yeah? We need a little bit of violence to make things better, you know? This whole thing ain't going to get changed without violence to make it a little bit better. Some youths might have to box up. Some man them might have to get boxed up. Some things might have to get, you get me? Man might have to get sticky a little bit, you know? Don't get it twisted. We're going to have to use violence to make this thing better to a degree. You get me? I'm not trying to promote that, but we know we live in real life, innit? So violence is going to have to be implemented at some stage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just to make things better. That's what I'm saying to the man. So man, them better get that into their head, innit? And know what man's facing. That's why I was talking the other day about warrior music. If you're going to give me something now, give me something that I can fight to you right now, brother. A lot's going on right now. But as I'm saying, you're going to see me tomorrow. Bricky, man, them linking up. Yeah, man, them's going to go and try and sweep the areas now and try and implement this real thing. Because what I said right now is the right time. You get me? You know me, I don't really public speak and do all this thing, but tomorrow I feel like I'm going to say something in the public eye now, innit? Yeah, I got to do this public speaking and talk right now, innit? We got to talk and organize what's really going on. You get me? Done all the footage as well. What I said, yeah, I didn't want to do it, but at the same time, I had to show that footage to give people that shock factor. Wake up, wake up. You don't want to see your youth on the ground like that. So that's what I'm saying. You don't want to see your youth on the floor like that. Remember that.
Who feels
So
it
wake up, man.
knows it.
Everyone that's panning out in Brixton tomorrow, let's go and show some force now, innit? And I've got to promote one of my sisters as well, doing well. She's got a little nail salon, she's doing her thing on it, yeah? So I'm going to promote her thing, beauty, yeah? So obviously after this video, the man is going to see her thing and catch the details, and I'm going to put up the number and that so you can pattern, you get me? We can pattern up and support the sisters doing the thing in their ends as well, you get what I'm saying? We need to support everyone doing their own business thing, innit? That's what we're about, innit? Yeah, achieving shit,
So thank you for even reaching out and wanting to promote our business, Crip. I really appreciate it. So what we offer at our business is we offer facials, pedicures, manicures, microdermabrasion, eyelash tinting, eyelash lifting, and waxing. And we're based in Lewisham. But obviously, if anybody needs to call us, just get the number off my Insta and literally just put the number out there. And we're also going to be doing hair removal, IPL, but that's not going to be until next year because we're literally doing our level 3 now.
All right, so that was the main body there anyway, T. Do you understand? Oh, yeah. So, man, them are right out, man. And now they're going for the inner, you know what I mean? The innards. And this is the same thing that I've been talking about, innit? When I'm talking about my A team and then way there, this me I talk about, because, yeah, so.
And just to clean up what he's saying, is because a lot of people are going to hear him and not understand.
Big up Ari, big up Stu Brandt.
Yeah, big up you lot in the chat. But,
yeah, I'm going to dial it down there because I'm not.
So what he's saying
I'm going to
Yeah, sorry, T. What he's basically just saying is, all these youths that are on the streets just loitering, whatever, clean that up. If that means running them into their yard, giving them something to do, you understand? Clean it up. If that means you have to slap a little, get in your house, what are you doing on the road? Like, do something better if that's what it takes. If that's what it takes for the village to come together. And, you know, because some of these kids are coming out of, as we always talk about, single parent households, all these kind of things. Well, if it takes the wider community to get some of these youth off these streets and give them something to do with, then that's what it takes. I support that 100%. Because why you doing some carelessness on road? I expect one of you lot to just drape it up and get in it, find your yard. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, I have to rate these man there. If they're going to clean it up. How you mean?
Definitely something I'm definitely invested in. If I could physically be there, I would definitely make an effort for that one there. Do you know what I'm saying? Cause it's a bit too much. We've been talking about driving around in vans and collecting up youths for a long time still. You know what I mean? Like, who's on it? Do you know what I'm saying? Because we brought these.
Can you not hear me? 1 2 check. 1 2. Can you not hear me?
Can you hear you, man?
Yeah, sorry, I was saying something. Yeah, I was saying something. I didn't know if you lot could hear me or not. But go on, Mac. I'll speak after you. You couldn't hear me before.
No.
Yeah, but these youths, yeah, we've been planning to roll them up, or adults or whoever is causing major problem. You know what I mean? That's what we're saying about the elephant in the room. You get me? While we're focused on other stuff, like, we know who's doing what in the ends. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just that a lot of these organizations are a bit afraid to, do you get what I'm saying? Because some of those people are in their midst. You know what I mean? And they're not even willing to turn around and say, yo, big man, what the hell you doing, man? Or I hear you've been doing this, and do you get what I'm saying? Like, pull a man up, like.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
at the
now when it
same
comes to
time,
these
though,
youth-
Max, yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully this
Yeah.
is the right way, yeah, because hopefully this is more in line with what I was sort of talking
Yeah.
about in terms of
I
it's
get
got to be like a joint enterprise, innit? You need everyone in the village, innit? You get me? Because do you know what I mean? So you need the activist, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, but you also need the bad man, innit?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
have
you
to
do.
Most definitely.
they have to meet. You get me? Because at the
Yeah,
end of the
yeah,
day,
of course.
it's all of their children, you know. Because remember, bad man
Of
picking your
course.
dead too, you know.
That's right.
You
That's
get me?
right.
So it's in everyone's interest at this point to do something, minute. Adapt me, I say, you know what I mean?
No,
So
facts.
hopefully this is the beginning, or hopefully, and that's why I'm saying that the Peckham thing was not it was significant, because I still think that it woken up certain warriors that were sleeping, bro, just like Gang did. And that's why I said that they were both like a little back call, because there was certain man in Peckham that he said, nah, enough's enough now. Well, you get me? Like he's finally, and if I that, then I that, you know. You know what
Well,
I
he's
mean?
been saying that. He's been, as I said, he's been consistent and saying that for a while still. You know
I'm
what
not
I
even
mean?
talking about 95. I'm just talking about
Oh.
other man them that went up there.
Yeah, Peckham. I know. Like the environment's changed as well. A lot of people moved out, so like our sense of community, like we used to know, is not necessarily what it is today. There's a lot of new people thrown in there. You know what I mean? Because of their new developments and knocking down old estates and that and building these new builds. So there's a lot of people who don't even know about the history of the area. So there's
I agree.
of us in the community. Do you get what I'm saying? In a sense, in our old community, it's only like funerals, 9 nights, and all of that where we tend to see.
You'll see the community come out.
Yeah, we still see that people are still alive and okay. Do you get it? Other than social media,
it's going to be a hard task. It's definitely going to be a hard task, and it's definitely not going to be done in one day. It's got to be a thing where like we consistently are out there showing face, speaking to the community and doing what we need to do. If we see a man's going on with any cantankerous vibes, we have to stamp it out and make the others around that see that we're serious. So I can't wait to go down there later on and see what's going on. Is there a particular meeting place in Brixton he's going to be, or is it going to be a case of him traipsing through?
Yeah, that's what we need to find out.
Yeah. Because you don't want one set of man on Cole Harbour Lane and another set of man on Acre Lane and another set of man down at Summer Leighton. You want to know where the group's going to be. And who gives a fuck if...
I would say,
sister,
anyway, you'll see where the people
is that Rambo? Big up Rambo.
Big up Rambo.
Yo, big up
Rambo.
Yo, no need for. Can you hear me?
1 second. We can hear you, but just 1 second, please, because I've seen a couple of sisters in the chat that I got to hail up 100%. You get me? So big up my Colomu Carter. You get me? Respect Juices.
Big up.
And Mrs. Sarah's back in the building again.
Come
you know
on,
what I mean?
Is Colomu about? Big up Colomu. Big up Colomu every time.
No, so you're there for and I'm going
with Sarah there. Big up Miss Sarah every time.
So you know, we're Axum there. I'm not gonna be impressed until I see Axum.
Yeah.
And you never walk alone, Taffy, mate. That was a nice
win yesterday. Big up Ari too. Big up Ari.
Yeah, Ari there. Come on.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I haven't even got to that bit. Big up Ari all day, every day.
I'm gonna segue a bit. Sister 9, I'm going to segue a bit, yeah? I'm not looking to embarrass anybody, but I'm going to segue just slightly, yeah? Because we up here now, we have to try to be the pillar of our little community, yeah? And this is one thing now I feel we need to address, right? And it's with you, Rambo.
Uh-oh.
Rambo. Can you not hear me?
Rambo. Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, you can hear me, right? Okay. Rambo, you there?
Hello.
Okay, when he comes back on, I'll address it, yeah?
He probably just stepped away a minute. I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, because we need to get something out of the paint, mate, This to and fro with him and Hannibal needs to be sorted out.
Oh,
And
shit.
we, as the
It
community,
got
Can
ridiculous
you hear
in the
me?
playback yesterday. That
yeah,
got ridiculous.
Can
Rambo,
you hear me?
Let
Captain,
me just say this. Yeah, you
Cap-
see when the
Yo,
sisters come.
yeah, I can hear you now.
Quick. You see, brothers. I want to talk to the brothers in the chat. EIE, you me are talking. You see when the sisters come through, they don't come through often. EIE. I beg you, don't start nothing with the sisters, you know, because you hear us up here bawling for the sisters to come and speak up more. Meanwhile, you're there sleeping them in the chats. That don't make no fucking sense. You can't have us up on the panel bawling for more sisters to be speaking up, whether we agree or not. Meanwhile, man, them are in the chats fucking slewing them. Like, what kind of
It's
BS
mad,
is
innit?
this?
It happens on panel as well.
Man, allow
Crazy.
it, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. When the sisters come through, leave them alone. Allow them.
boy, we know that EIE is a tough fella. But EIE, if you can hold it down for a little, it'll be good, General. It'll be good if you can do that. But brother Rambo,
yo,
Rambo,
can you?
yeah, listen, this situation with you and Animal, right? Because the guy keeps coming in the chat and he keeps talking about this money thing and what.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You cut out now.
Oh shit.
But yeah. Rambo. No, he's got a point because you know Hannibal's close with me and lives close to me, and I know what's been happening from the beginning. It's like, bro, you just need to settle that and get it out the way, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? Where's he gone? Gone?
It seems he's dropped out. I don't know. He might be having a bit of
connection.
Thingy bobby issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but also Hannibal needs to know that he can't just come in my chat every time spamming it with that same thing, man. Like,
no, he's been doing that. He's been doing that on all platforms for a while now. You know what I mean?
It's been a long while now, and we've
been a long while now.
Enough. Yeah, because now him start missing stuff and start talk. Well, this is why black people and all that. Like, fuck off with all that.
I know.
Yeah, but hear what though, 9's. Yeah, let's just get rid of him, innit? Give him his thing, make him go about his business, innit? I need to know what it is.
Sorry, my brother.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, family? Yeah.
Hold on. Sniper.
Yeah.
About 3-4 bomber cloud years ago now. You and him was talking, yeah? And he went and took himself over to fucking Jedi's channel and disrespect it. You think I'm gonna pay him bomber cloud back? When I see you, I'm gonna feel fucking slap him. Because I had his back when we was gang. You know that. I was dealing with Hannibal when other people did not want to deal with him. Yeah? So when he took his when he made up his bomber clout mind to go on Jedi's channel after me, you, and him spoke, you know, when I'm at work, he went. I said to Hannibal, bro, I'm at work. I can't talk right now, no. He didn't even listen. He went on man's panel, talk holy politics. I don't know what impression about cracking. Yeah? Let me tell you something, Hannibal, yeah? Mind your bomber clout self, yeah? Because you know, and I know, if it wasn't for me, man would have fucked you off from when we was doing the G-Walks. So don't fucking tell me about no bomber clout money. And I'm being real, yeah?
What?
No. Hold on,
General,
Tony, yeah?
Captain.
No, Tony, I'll be real with you.
Yeah.
I think we'll be on this fucking panel now. It's only because, boy, my brother in 9-5 is doing his thing. I seen my thing, I see a notification come up with Nanifa mentioning this thing about Brixton and that. I'm talking about that. I don't have no time for no other people, bro.
No, I've got you, Rambo. Listen, Rambo, I got you, but we can't have these. We can't have these little parasites.
Tony, bro. When I'm begging the fucking you to ease off, he didn't want to ease off. When I begged him, he went back and disrespected me. Go on people's panel, made them do fucking a funding for him. They give him back for him to get his money, and 3 years later, he's doing the same shit. Him now getting bomber clout money. This is the problem, bro. It would have been when Matthew called me as a big man and said, "Yo, Rambo, I was gonna work with the youth, but the fucking youth went behind Matthew's back on my back, I went on man's panel and chat a whole heap of fucker, you know. Yeah? So I don't care. Let me tell you something. 3 years is gone. There is no gang. Everybody's gone off and do their own thing. I'm in South. Anything happens in South, I know the ends. I'm out there. You see me. Everyone sees me.
Of course.
No, hold on.
But what I'm saying, brother Rambo, yeah?
Hold on, sister. Hold on, my brother. I don't give a fuck about them in there. Yeah? The youth has got no respect. He can get me number or not. Him can card me, but he make up your mind to start off with next people, try to come off with some op shit. Bro, I'm a big man. I don't need you stupid fucking ops because you don't have no gun, you don't have enough bullets to maintain it. So don't tell me about your ops. And don't tell me about about anything. I'm not interested. Hannibal, I disrespect it now. Maku and me, yeah, we've tried to sort this out. Maku never told him to go on Jedi's panel and chat to Mary Jade. I don't even know who the fuck she is. Yeah? And chat. And say, oh, I'm a crackhead and all of that. All I say...
All right, my brother. All right.
I'm saying is...
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Hold on. See Maku, or you call me on a different level, I give you the fucking money. To you lot. But this you... You're a white boy. You're not the fucking nigga. You're a little Jewish white boy. No, you're pussy clout self. And on that note, I'm good. Well, Lady D9E4, Tony, you got my number. Man, I'm saying 6 o'clock, but I said between 5 and 6, outside Windrush Square, the Ritz. That's where they say they go be there. I don't know what the fuck's happening because I'm not into no...
Where? Say that again?
No, Windrush Square, where the repatriation days happens.
Yeah,
Windrush Square, the same place where Emancipation Day happens in Brixton, same spot.
Okay.
Yeah? All access to Brixton. You just ask anybody for Windrush Square. My name's trying to say it's going to be 100 and this amount of people. Some people want to actually do... hand-on-hand approach. All this kumbaya on loudspeaker phone ain't gonna really cut it in Brixton. Yeah? But I'm going with the flow. It's my area. I know the thing. But I'm like, to really sort out this role situation, man them have to start dealing with things head on, innit? We can't be lip service. These kids don't listen to our lip service. These youths is not interested in any man telling them about peace. So we have to start start showing our youths with our iron fists, sometimes, how to deal with certain things. Because all of this talking stuff, we've been doing it in the community for years and years. Some people's had enough. Some people's really saying we should just do jungle justice out here. Certain of the bigger men them saying, we should just regulate our youths them properly, firm-handedly. Because what's happening up in Croydon, that was a girl. Yeah? What's happening in Brixton is a complete different story. It's actually gang warfare what's going on down there. So if you're going down there, boy, just brace
Mic check. Can you not hear me?
2. Yeah, 1, 2.
Yeah, can you hear me, you lot?
Yeah.
Is my mic going in and out or something? Yeah. To be honest, something like this, I'd rather discuss it behind closed doors. I don't think really and truly we should be out in the open discussing something like this because this is a serious topic, It's not going to be where a man's just going to walk in and tell a man what to do and it's just going to be, a thing like that. It might kick off and it might kick off big time. So really, this is a thing where man really behind closed doors, who's ever, involved or whatever, needs to get with their group and discuss it like seriously, because people can get outed because of this type of.
I hear what you're saying, Tony, but my thing is because I don't know. Yeah, Rambo's on a different thing, but my thing is this: like, we have these pockets of communities all throughout London and outside of London, all up and down the UK. Yeah, and if this is what it takes for the men of the community, the leaders of our community, to start going in and start talking, reasoning, cleaning up these streets, foot to the ground, I'm 100% behind it. 100% because there's no
definitely boots. Definitely need boots on the ground.
We definitely. That's what I'm backing 100%.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But my man, even though we know, right, there's going to be violence, yeah, it shouldn't be a thing we kind of, you know, like, we shouldn't really be talking about any violence really happening. If it happens, then it happens. But when you kind of mention violence, a man who's of the other side might think like, what? Okay, so you're coming with attitude then. All right. You see, when you come around here, this is what you're going to, you know, you're going to have to expect violence then, because you're talking.
Real chat, Tony.
Yeah, I don't know. How are we interpreting this violence thing? That's what I'm like. Yeah, I've got this. How
I
we
knew Lady D was
interpreting
gonna
this
be like, "What?
violence thing?
What is this? What is this?" Yeah, it don't need to be said, Lady D. You know what it is. You know what I mean? It's the real stuff. You know
Nah,
I mean?
man. Anyway, I don't know.
Not
No one. You know what I mean? We don't even need to do all that. The most important thing, there's been a call. You get me? And the call has got a certain message behind it, which is something that we've asked for, been spoken for.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? If anything, it could be argued it's just another you know what I mean, Maku, regarding what you lot did, this, that, and the other. I mean,
I feel
It's
we're
the same
all
thing. Literally,
unified.
it's the same kind of thing Gang did when they
never-
went into the
I feel-
communities and
yeah,
started to call out.
I
Yeah,
feel we're all unified on
that
that
it
though.
should never stop. This is the thing in it.
Yeah,
It should
I get
never
you.
stop. If it had never stopped from, but and don't get me wrong, because what you did was still, if the people them had done what they were supposed to do, which is to basically copy it in their own settings, we would have been so far already. Just, you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So again, we'll give a shout out to the gang in that regard, because I know the idea was for replications in the different areas, this, that, and the other. You with me? So hopefully, when this happens now, it's a, because it's got to become like a way of life, literally. You know what I mean? Like literally, you get me? You got to last longer than them.
Could I just say something, man, Yeah, man. I would like everybody to go still, because we can make effort. But I'm like, you know, it's my community and I've got to be there, bro. Like, I've got to be there. I'm actually like leaving. I'm actually getting ready in a bit. So all the best. Just come. Tony, I'll give you a call after. I'll give you a call when I come off the panel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you, man. We can hear you, man.
Sorry.
Like
I think it's my line. Yeah, Tony, I'll give you a call after, but I'm just saying that, like between 5 and 6, mandem's got to be mobilizing down there. So you lot are more than welcome to come support. If not, you know, say some people's got to try to what's it called? Televise the revolution. So you might as well just watch your phone, because I know people's got to be on their phone thinking, you know how it goes out here. So if you go come,
so the
come.
thing is, then if that's what happens, then the mandem have failed, innit? Because right about now, I've heard a big man call out for the soldiers. That's all I'm hearing, innit? In normal language, that's all I'm hearing. So now we're gonna see who is who and what is what. You get me? We're gonna see who is who and what is what. Because I know only if a man just like for chat, but we'll see, innit? But at the end of the day, like I've even said to D and whatever, right? Even in the past, the revolutions were done by the lesser one, the smaller amount, but the greater people benefited. You get me? Even if you think about the civil rights and all these things, it was small groups of people putting in the real work, but everyone else benefited. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's how it's got to always be. Like, we will be on the front line fighting, and I bet you any money somebody else is going to take the glory for it, because it happens. Movements going to take.
Revolutionaries were university graduates, so they were very smart individuals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to a certain point, though,
man. Man like us as foot soldiers, you know what I mean? We will do the bidding of the right individual, the right brother. Do you get what I'm saying? It don't matter what their age is. If you got that energy of leadership, do you get what I'm saying? And it's correct. Man will definitely.
Yeah, man will step with it. But at this point of time, I always say this: we don't have a real community leader yet. Somebody who knows, who has knowledge of political and strategy just like a proper general or soldier. We don't really have that. But if we
It's
come
not that,
together,
you know,
then we have it
Rambo.
as a whole.
It's not
No,
that.
because
That
where
is not.
is
That's not the
sister?
problem. That is
No,
not.
but sister, if we look to one person, we fucked as a people because that don't work for us. If we look
That's why
at
they're
each
working
other,
as a
if we look
collective.
at it as a whole,
though.
yeah.
But
Hold
that's
on.
why when they're speaking in collective. Like if we gather together as a
Yeah.
body, make one solid body. That's a
Facts.
collective of
Facts.
people, right? Come on.
Yeah, just like when you used to watch Transformers and 5, 6 fucking robots get together and make a big bumper clout mega robot. That's how it has to be. But what
Right.
it is,
So, but that is wait, calm down, because that is the one of the hurdles that has to be really, really can't think of the word, got over, yeah, because one leader isn't needed, and we're supposed to learn also that one leader is problematic, because what happens when you get rid of that one leader?
when that leader drops out,
Yeah,
you finish.
facts, 9.
So
If
that's
that
simple.
leader gets nicked, you
What
finish.
we need is
Yeah,
for the
facts.
mandem and females, but the mandem in particular, because you're the head, you run the community, you run the society, you're the shit, you're Bertie Big Bollocks, for you not to come together.
Naive, I like that
Until
little
you lot
analogy
come
there.
together, nothing's going to happen. As long as it's a crab in a barrel thing and all of that, and
Exactly.
ego is meeting ego, it will always be problematic, like always. So that's what we need. We need to get to a point where, you know what it is, yeah. If you lot obviously know the mafia story, and like I was trying to say in my other show, yeah, I know that a lot of this bullshit today is based on the mafia, yeah. So if you're gonna run it like that, at least run it with the principles that they had as well.
Facts.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but 9's, remember the mafia. Remember there was a bag of snitches in the mafia as well, you know.
But that's fine.
Bag of high societies in it.
Yeah, listen, but we already know the snitches. Like that's already in the fabric. You see me, yeah. I got no problem with snitches, you know. If it's for the better of whatever, because like I said, if someone robs my shit, I want to know. So that means someone's got to snitch. You get me? And because I'm not no criminal, then the snitching in the criminal things, that's not my business. Yeah. So that's another thing that has to happen. There's got to be a separation between criminal snitching, because the mafia, yeah. I mean, I don't want to go off piece, but I do think it's about principles, this, that, and the other. And in their thing, they're saying that there's certain things that are off limits, isn't it? Women, children, police, civil, you know what I mean, like just normal citizens, this, that, and the other. I.e., only they're supposed to die. But again, I'm going off piece a bit, man. But I'm just saying, innit? We need codes. We need to get back some codes in the streets, innit? And I think once that happens, we might be onto something, and just need some of the men to get rid of their ego and somehow to look at each other like kings again. Because, like I'm saying, yeah, if you look at a man like a king, there's no way you're gonna shove a knife in him so easy, bro. Or if you look at him like that's why I say we're all gods and goddesses, you know. Because if we actually looked upon ourselves like that, there's no way you're gonna keep shoving knife in our next god. If that's how you see him right now, the only reason why you can do that is because you're seeing him as a piece of shit, as nothing. Not even as your reflection, not even as you know how much family I kill family and they don't even know until it's burial time, Bridget. Then they might find out, see, listen. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, I'm just hoping that today is the beginning of something. You know what I mean? And hopefully it's just like a touch paper effect. And hopefully people are actually getting sick to death of burying people. Hopefully.
Facts. Hopefully. Especially when they've not even started their life, much less lived it. It's crazy.
Do you know how many generations in England that we're going to be missing just because of these youths that have gone? Do you know how small our numbers are in England? Anyway. Yeah? And then when you add these losses, remember some man can have picnic for days and months and years, you know? Yeah. So imagine how much picnic out there, or boy children in particular, that have left the earth and made no picnic. That's generations gone missing, you know. Same thing in America, same thing in Jamaica, and this and that. Yeah, that's a lot of resources that we're never ever gonna have. That's very problematic.
That could be the
Especially
next
when we're in
politician.
competition
That
with
could be the
people.
next prime minister. That could be the next FBA player. You just
Exactly.
don't know. You don't know what that future that child and whole that had it there at their grasp. But they unfortunately was taken away. That is just like that, and that's happened so many times. We're tired of it. We're tired.
Yeah, I understand. That's true, Yeezy, but everyone does. But at the end of the day, I'm really trying to talk about the code. You know what I'm saying to you? And I do understand as well, actual factual, that it has been designed. However, if we know this, we can still try to counteract it, right? Because it could be argued half of the problem would have been before is the not knowing. Now that we do know, then we're supposed to be able to put in measures to counter, you know what I mean, what's coming. Because that's the thing as well. But yeah, man, like I said, hopefully is, and the thing is as well, when it comes to the youth them and why this thing has to be consistent, because if they see you just start and stop and start and stop, they're not going to rate that and respect that. Because they're going to just look at it like it's just like a fad or this and a that and a that. I mean, that's why it's got to be consistent. That's why somehow the mandem have to link up, man. They have to. They have to put down their differences, this, that, and the other. And just for the sake of their future generations, they're going to have to link up, man. Because
you know what, Sister 9? Certain man tried this before, you know, like going certain places and taking out certain man. But you know what? It's so widespread. It's hard work, man. I'm telling you. But I suppose we have to start.
Somewhere, man.
But you know what? If we go.
No, I was just about to say that we have to start somewhere, and it's good.
Thanks.
You know what I mean? It's not me putting a dampener. It's not me trying to put no dampener on it. I'm 100% for it.
Easy, Uncle Tony.
Yeah, facts. What you know what I think would be like hard is for other areas, like starting in one area, that's gravy, yeah. But for it to start in other areas now, that's going to be the hardest part. You know what I mean? Because, you know, the group in Brixton ain't going to be able to go over to places like Tottenham or Leighton and try and police that area. It's got to be the man them in that area doing the policing, if you get what I mean. But like you lot said,
what I'm saying, Tony, that's
like what you lot said, it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, that's what we did with
them. If the mandem are serious, that's what I'm trying to say. If the mandem are serious,
but it was hard to maintain, wasn't it, Max? It was hard to maintain.
Not really. I mean, it just happens that geographically, a lot of where the brothers came from and they're leaders of their own area. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, it was like high crime. So there was a lot of people for South, a lot of people for East, a few people for North. Do you get what I'm saying? And a few people for West. So on that, as in like the G-Walks, we just drew on all the community. So all the community came out and represented for those situations. Do you get it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you know, it's hard to maintain that type of organization. Hence why gang is not around now.
No,
because
you're not in that part. Not in that part of it. No, not at all.
What?
Yeah.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah, to boots on the ground, it was easier because a lot of people.
Right, but you lot wasn't actually going in, and
Sorry.
You know, you lot wasn't actually going in and taking out certain bad elements in the community, though, was you? You was more reasoning.
No, we was more. I mean, Mr. Big was trying to stay away from us because guiding the new generation goes against certain man's policy. Do you get it? Right, and then the rest, it was the youths mainly, the youths themselves, the killies themselves, we were dealing with. Yeah, we respect all the ones that go in college and all of that, but they're catered for. We're talking about the ones who ain't doing nothing. They're on the roads, you know, running up and down and doing that madness and killing each other. So yeah, that's what we're trying to deal with. You know what I mean? And that's not easy, but we can only do it in small. You know.
Right.
We really need the whole of the community or the whole of the people there.
Yeah.
When you say community,
that's what I was trying to get at. We need the whole of the community to kind of like do their bit, because you know, one body of people in one era is not going to be able to go around the whole place and tie up everybody. So it's going to be hard work. But you know what? I'm there for it. They're for it. This is not me trying to put a spanner in the works. This is me applauding, but I'm just making others know that it's not going to be no easy thing. It's going to be very hard, and we need the youths to come on board and help out this thing, because enough of us, we're getting on now. Like me, for instance, I'm a pensioner. You know what I mean? You know, you're not too far from that yourself, Maku. You get me? Not taking a piss, but we're long in the tooth, innit? We're long in the tooth, so we need the youths to jump on board. How old is 9's? Is he quite young?
Turning 40, just turned 40.
Okay, right, yeah. So he's got a bit of strength in him. So yeah, we need the youths to jump on board and put in the work. Yeah, you know what I mean? Definitely. And we need the sisters as well, even though they say, it's for us to do this and that. Yeah. We also need them as well.
No, we definitely need them, because they're the mothers who lose children and all of that. So we were definitely invested in that part of it as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Because what happens after the fact? You know what I mean? It's mum crying, you know what I mean, and upset because she's lost her son and and those things touch me. Do you get what I'm saying?
By that time, it's too late. Whereas if the prevention was already in place, where man was craping up youths, drawing them back to their yards, making them know where your picnics on road doing. Yeah, that's kind of prevention, right? Because enough mums out here are oblivious what their youths are doing. Let's be clear.
Yeah, yes, that's true as well.
So come on.
We don't blame the parents necessarily. In some cases, yes, but in most cases, no. Most of them have to work, and do you get what I'm saying? They don't. We trust in the system to educate, to look after our children for a certain amount of hours, more than we spend time with them.
So now when hopefully part of what 95 is doing as well is just trying to get the youth them off of the road, because when we were coming up, big man, I remember big man saying if they saw little youth man, like they would run them home, go your yard, boy.
Yeah, man.
You get me? Like, you understand what I'm saying to you? So
the levels change though.
Absolutely.
With the excessive younger generation of mandem, they became more friends with the youngers. So
and use them to do their dirty work anyway.
Right. And it changed the parameters. You know what I mean? It changed the boundaries. You know what I mean? Because we just beat up our youngers. We beat them up. Everything was age appropriate. You couldn't hang around us until you was a certain age. You couldn't even be in the same clubs or raves or anything.
Yeah, I think there was definitely
that fear. You put that fear of, you know what I mean, like your parents put into you to have respect for other people's parents, because you know what would happen if you violate your own parents. You get licks. You know what I mean? So you got that fear for everybody else's. But
and the thing is, I think what we also have to remember is that children do generally want to be disciplined. As mad as it sounds, they do want to be disciplined, and they do want structure and this and that. You get me? But if you then give them the space to do, play the arts, then obviously they're gonna do that, man. So also, I think as parents, we also have to remember our role. You get me? And it was mentioned the other day in my show, but let me just reiterate it: how important it is that if you can, you get me. But we should, go all out to do so. But if you can, you should make sure that your child is doing other extracurricular activities. You get me? From early, get them interested in other things from early, so that they've got hobbies and this and that, so that when they do get to certain ages, the road isn't just the instant, excitement or whatever, because they have got football or fucking cadets or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Where they've made different set of friends that ain't on this, this road thing, this, that, and the other. So I think as early as possible, this is where we come in now, where you have to invest in your youth in it, because we have to remember that a child is an investment. Yeah, the amount of money you spend on a child, you have to look at it like an investment. You get me? To be able to get the right returns. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I know, even from being within education in my time, like certain parents really could and should be doing more when it comes to their children, especially if you're only going to leave them to the devices of the quote unquote same system that you're barber on a daily anyway.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
And even using parts of the system, this is what I don't get. Like, we're all supposed to be unified against the powers that be. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter what you're doing, no matter what your thinking is. Yeah. But then I find sometimes people go and use the police. And it's just like, the police is an institution, a racist institution, that works for the system. You know what I mean? And there are other departments that people are using, and then at the same time screaming revolution, revolution, which is kind of contradictory. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying no matter what the idea is it not the monarchy and the government that we're against?
Well, you know, if we're going to be real, Maku, you got to be careful there, right? Because one, not everyone, and I'm even talking about people of color, not everyone's experience with the popo is the same. Like I said, if I'm in a situation, I'm calling popo, bro, because you get me. Who else am I supposed to call?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong in that. You
understand me?
In the sense of civilian.
If it gets too peak in other areas or in other ways, I'm calling a crack man, a crackhead.
But all of these facilities.
But look, in terms of the popo and that, I think, you know, if we can, that's what I'm saying. If the mandem could police the areas better, we wouldn't need popo. The youth them could be argued are supposed to be scared of certain bad men in the area than they are of popo.
I feel they're needed, of course, but I'm saying we can definitely avoid interaction, and we do generally. Do you know what I'm saying? It's only extreme circumstances that police will be involved in something like that we're doing. But in our day-to-day general life, I got no need for their services. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, no, in day-to-day life, no one should have need for the popo, brethren. It should only be in, you know, that's why they, you know, 999 settings and that. But you know, we've got to be very careful how you understand me, certain narratives, right? Because when these youths are going whatever, it's the same popo that are dealing with it, you know. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. When you're watching the video called Arbolena, be a popo and ambulance and yeah. I know enough of them man they're out there, they can't even do CPR, brethren. Like, allow it.
Right.
Yeah. So again, I'm just saying we need to be careful with when we say certain things, innit? That's all I'm saying, innit? Because
I feel it needs to be said. You know what I mean? I know it might seem like an obvious, you know what I mean, or something this is why we're out here. This is why we're speaking out and speaking truth and rights, right?
Yeah, but at the moment, who's our biggest? All right, the thing is, yeah, at the moment, what's the biggest enemy? Popo or the youth them amongst each other?
The youth them amongst each other.
Right, and that me I work with.
Yeah.
That me once they're patterned, then you can go back to police and the ops and all that shit. But whilst the police are still cleaning up your murders, I don't hear nothing, vision.
No, most definitely.
Yes, we're like the Jewish people where we can send our own. Where we can send our own ambulance and all them blood collecting there. And as we know, so we now them something there. I beg on to just love it, man.
No, therefore, I got this.
Let's just deal with it, you get me? Because it looks retarded when we say certain things, bro. It just looks and sounds retarded.
No, I feel that, as I said, as a society, we say a lot of things. We definitely do, and it does sound retarded to say on one hand, bun Babylon, bun the system, but then be half in bed with the system. Now, for me, it's understandable. You just got to surf through the society that you're in. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and try minimize their interaction in your personal life. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
well, of course, but the only way to do that is to minimize the crime and this and that, or to be smarter with your crime. Because, like I'm
just saying, as a general person who's not committing crime, it's not. We have the ages where we're definitely on that, but like as a big man, it's not that. Do you get what I'm saying? So they would only be involved to do with my business. Someone breaks into my shop or one of my businesses.
No,
absolutely.
But I also want to make the point, that I also think that, and this might not, this may come out wrong or whatever, but I do think that also, especially in the quote unquote hoods and that the youth them need to be. Because I'll tell you what I don't like seeing. I'll be real in it. I don't like seeing police getting violated and this and that. Yeah. And you see, I see a lot of youths have lost respect for police for whatever reason and trying to violate them and doing the most kind of shit. Yeah. I think that's very problematic. I'll be real.
Sorry.
In what sense is? I don't understand.
No, I don't get it. Our relationship with the
police.
For
example, yeah. And this is
our relationship with the police is an abusive one, 9's.
Wait.
Yeah, and it seems we keep going back.
Well, I'm saying we got to be careful because that's not everyone's experience. Okay.
Whether it's their experience or
Just
not.
like
I mean,
not
we
all the
haven't
police.
been-
No, Maku, wait, man. Just
Right.
like not all the po are bad. Yeah.
No, of course.
And the reason, wait, Maku, the reason why I'm saying is this, yeah. At the end of the day, police and thieves, innit? Yeah. Police and thieves in the streets, yeah. So we know that there's gonna be what would you call it? Interaction, whatever you want to call it. I can't think of the right word in it, but you know, but we want to keep it as peaceful as possible. Yeah. We don't want the police to agitate us, and we don't want the youth them to agitate them. Yeah. There has to be a mutual respect, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to use the word respect, but there's got to be a mutual something. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, if you speak to the police, just be respectful in it. Like, you don't have to try to boil them off and all of this, because then when they're looking to pick you up, what can you say? You've disrespected him. You've this and that. What? Why do you think he's not going to draw you down? Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. We've got to be very careful that the youth them don't think that they've got some kind of, you know, entitlement, this, that, and the other as well. Because at the end of the day, whether you respect them or not, they are the thing will be of the law and all the rest of it.
So wait, just so I'm clear, Nick, I just want to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Yeah, are you saying like you see all of that, like the mantra of like the cops, ops, and all of that? That's kind of giving the youths them the feeling of just like no respect for the feds. Okay, I hear you. I just wanted to make sure I heard your argument, right?
Yeah. I feel sometimes the opposite is the case, that some of them don't have that fear for feds. They will meet them. I've been witness and talk to them generally, like give up their full name and all of that, and totally cooperate. These are goons, killies, and whatever. Because for them, that's not the op, that's not the enemy. Do you get what I'm saying?
But I'm just making the general statement, though, Maku, about the children that are doing it. Innit? If they're not doing it, that's what they're not. So that's how you're supposed to treat police, innit? Be respectful and keep it moving, innit? Because you don't want nothing with them, innit? I'm not gonna send my son out there and being disrespectful to the po. Like, if they ever talk to you, son, listen, the most important things are to get home and to get home.
Yeah. Be polite and keep
Be polite, brethren. It's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, innit? Especially if you ain't on nothing. You get me? Because if you do it a different way, and then I find out that you're being rude and disrespectful and all that, then you're gonna have a problem with me too.
Right.
You get me?
But
because
imagine you're doing all that and they still set on you.
No, but that's a different thing, man.
He's got to worry.
If that's the case, then at least we
don't worry about that experience. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, Maku, man, but sometimes we've got to start with the basics, yeah? Like, sometimes we need to start with a clean slate, as it were. Because what I'm trying to say is, sometimes it's like I was saying to Divine before, it's like sometimes we've got to be careful not to put certain burdens on the youth them before they're there.
Yeah, but
just by our stories or our history and this and that and the other, because that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe thus far they've never had a bad experience with the po. Maybe all the experience they had with po thus far is that they came to the, you know what I mean? He's put his fucking police helmet on and all them different shit there.
But I'm the authority in their lives. I'm the authority. Yeah, I'm the local authority to my children. You know what I'm saying? Before any police officer. So, you know what I mean? And as I said, our relationship is an abusive one, and we seem to keep going back. Do you know what I'm saying? Hoping and trusting that they'll treat us better this time. But
that's what I'm trying to say, though. Maybe you're part of the problem, innit? Because that's what the point that I'm making. If listen to me, Maku, man, listen to me, yeah? If we as elders are putting our experiences with the police or with the education system or whatever else onto our children, yeah, before they've actually experienced it, then in a way you're burdening the child and you're making the child go into a situation forearmed, but he might be forearmed wrongly. So he might be going in all aggressive and all negative and this because of what you've told him or whoever's told him and this and that. You get me? So already now you've already set the play now. So now po he's backed up now, isn't it? Because he ain't a dickhead, is he? And that's the point I'm trying to make. Sometimes I just think we've got to be careful that we're putting our experiences onto the youth then, whereby it might not be that time as it was before. That's all I'm saying, man.
I feel that my experiences are definitely made me weary of them, but I've got respect. You know what I mean? If they talk to me properly, I'll talk to them properly. Like that's a given, right? Because I know what can happen if you don't, right? And how do I know that? That's through physical experience. Like, you know what I mean? Men have been battered, bruised, stitches, multiple, you know what I mean, from these police officers. There's no one going to tell me any different that I should start having a friendship or start using their service. I don't need their services. That's a fact. That's a problem in our community. You say you want us to police each other.
I'm not talking about using their service, Maku. I'm talking about.
I get what you're saying about respect, right? That's a given, right?
Yeah. Well, what? No, but it's not a given, though, because you're contradicting yourself now. But now you're contradicting yourself, bro. Because if you're saying, hold on, Maku, just listen. I'm going to try to show you why you're contradicting yourself. If you're saying at the end of the day, you're showing your youths at the end of the day, these people, we don't work with them, they're not to be trusted. They fucked me up when I was younger, this, that, and the other, yeah? From you tell your youth them that they're already going to have a certain vibration about the po-po anyway. You get me? Because they've already disrespected my dad, this, that, and the other. No one's going to, you know what I mean? Who's going to like people that disrespect their dad? You get me?
Okay. But what about their own personal experience with them as well?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, then their own personal experience.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to say, though, Maku. If they've had a bad experience initially, then that's one thing, innit? But initially they may not have a negative experience, and that is my point. Because if you've got
what I'm getting from let me just jump in here now, yeah. So what I'm getting from the conversation between you and Maku is you're saying we just need to be mindful that we're not putting our own personal experiences, whether it's the police or dealing with, I don't know, the education system, onto the children in case they soak in that energy and take on our experience, which is not actually their experience, right? They might have a complete different reality.
Absolutely.
And Maku's saying he understands. I think he's saying he understands that, but what is Maku saying? Maku, what did you say?
I'm saying that I feel it's non-significant what happened to me because I didn't generally tell my children until a certain age, right? So that most of their experience is going to be centralized around them, their friends, and what they're told. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, if more exterior, we just don't deal with them. Do you get what I'm saying? There's no reason for them to come to our house, in the family home.
Saying that if you don't have nothing to do with them, then you can't really be entwined with them. I think
right. So it's minimal contact. We overstand if there's an accident, if there's certain things happen. That's just general, right? Yeah, someone called the police. Look, this person's been run over, and that's just standard. What we're not going to do, though, is your stop and search and all this unnecessary, you know, things that they do.
Wait, so pause right there because that's very interesting.
1 second.
No, please. I heard you mention stop and search, so that's why I asked you to take a pause. So, do you think that stop and search is unnecessary?
I definitely feel so.
Okay. What about yourself, Divine? Oh, she gone. Can I ask the people here in the chats here? Can you see if we can get a little bit of interaction as well? And big up the 53 in the building.
Brother Kel, come to
much
the panel,
appreciated
please.
For your lunchtime attendance, as it were.
Come to the panel.
But
thank you.
What do the family in the chats think about stop and search? Can I get a 1 if you think it's a necessity, or 2 if you think no? Because Maku's definitely saying.
I think it's in the middle. I'm in the middle. I think it's a necessity, and I think it's over excessive as well. So I'm in the middle. I see it from 2 points of view where it is a necessity because again, enough people don't know what these youths are getting there. Your own youths are getting up to on road. Yeah, society has a massive influence on youths. So I'm very mindful of that. And you know, there's certain things your youths are doing on road that they would never dream of doing in your yard. But if you don't know about it, you can't really do nothing about it, right? At the same time, I also understand that the police have to do that.
Oh, you chipped out.
Big chipping out.
You start keeping up, fuckery.
So we missed a bit, Divine. We missed a little bit there of what you said. Or she got it again.
To be honest, Maku, yeah, I'll be real, yeah. I think in areas where there's certain high vibrations going on, Maku, I'm like saying stop them, bro, because I'm not gonna tell a lie, and this is why I say it can get a little bit peak and serious here, because when we ourselves start barring for certain things, Michael. Yeah, but I'm telling you the truth. I've seen some videos where the popo are drawing out some things, bro, and it's not funny, fam. It's not funny. Remember, it's not even like days gone by, you know, when man would carry a little ratchet or a little flicky or whatever. Yeah, these people are carrying things that can kill you, like seriously. Do you know what I'm saying to you, Michael?
Yeah.
Get me? Like this ain't no little flicky or whatever. These are Rambo things with jagged. Nah, bruv, take that shit off the road.
Yeah,
stop them. I'm telling you straight, innit? Stop them. Stop
a lot of them off their parents' account. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them off their parents' account.
And that's what I'm saying. Some of the parents are whatless too because they know Wagwan, yeah, and them now do not about it.
That's the bad part. The ones that know what the youths are doing and doing nothing about it. That's the part.
No, I'm saying like when you got them Amazon deliveries coming out of your account and you don't even know what it is. You get what I'm saying? But it's not that expensive. You're like, who bought this? I don't remember. You get me? Like it can be like that. It can be. You find out when you get the statement. Like you bought zombie knife from this website, like on my account. Like what are you doing? Do you get what I'm saying?
No, what are you doing? Where is it?
Yeah, some people are oblivious though. As I said, they don't even look at their statements.
Again, I'll be real. Yeah, if you've got a youth that's doing that, he's got zero respect for his people, then boss.
Of course, but
absolute
like
zero. If you're buying them, they're under your people.
Remember, these are not.
You don't care. But
big
up yourself anyway, Kel. Welcome. Let's see if your mic's working.
Brother Kel, big
these
up
are like 13, 14-year-olds. So that's what we're saying.
I'll be honest with you, right? You know what Snipe says about the police, and I have to agree with him because I'm also coming from that era where I've also, not just myself, been manhandled by the police. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to hot myself up, but back then we used to fight the police, you know. In the early 90s, this is well known when it comes to the Wiley Birch in Birmingham. The elders called for, the commission says, you know what, we have to sort out this area because they were beating up the elderly black people. And I'm not from like Wiley Birch, Erdington. I'm from Handsworth. So when the call came, we went round there and we protected the elderly. The police would rough us up. And we used to punch at the police. We used to do that. Do you understand? Some of us did get caught. So the reason why we were able to fight the police, because a lot of us are trained in martial arts. You see, but if it weren't for the elders saying this, okay, understand the political science of the police and that, they may do this, would have been scared, wouldn't be able to protect black people when attacking. It would have been like this, the racist police, they're more superior. You can't do anything. So I agree with Brother Snipes that you have to teach the youth about the police. Does it need to be regulated? Of course. You know what I mean? They do need to be searched by us as a community. Then, if the police want to get him, but it must be done by us first. Because when they searching, 9, right, they're very disrespectful. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that, right? They rough you up. You know what I mean? They call you names, etc. And I'm coming from a very proud background, especially on my dad's side. And my mum's side, and that my dad's coming from that revolutionary background. So when I'm seeing like,
all right, hold on, Brother Kel. Let me pause you there. Sorry to interject it right there, but let me just pause you on that point there. So, okay, I hear that they rough you up, yeah. Okay, I get that. But what would we prefer, Kel? Let's look at it from a different perspective. Would we prefer the feds them roughing you up here and get disrespectful, or to get the knock on your door from the feds letting you know your child's been taken out or your child's getting done for attempted murder? Which would you prefer? Because I'm telling you, I'll take the disrespect any day.
Here's the thing about that, beloved, right? You can't blame the youth for arming themselves up. You can't blame them in that. Do you understand what I'm saying in that, right? Because here's what you got to understand, right? And the man, I'm going to understand this. When you go outside, right? I used to try my ultimate best in the 80s, right? The late 80s, right? When I see my brother, I understand he's been raised to be unsynchronized like myself. I won't look at the brother. I won't do anything. I'll try my best to be very humble towards my people. But when you're getting them looking at you and that and trying to bad you up, right? And you're trying everything in your power to do everything, you have to defend yourself. Do you understand? I've never, ever, swear to the Creator, I've never robbed any one of my black people. I've never done that before. I've hardly had fights with black people. It's always been with the non-Africans. Do you understand what I'm saying? In that, but sometimes when they come up against you, right? And I've seen mandem for no apparent reason, right? Oppress other brothers. Then brothers are like, you know what? I'm arming myself up. It's for the community to sort that out. You can't blame him for arming himself up. Who wants to get oppressed? Who wants to get killed? It's either you or them. So that's what I said, you got to understand, right, why the youth are doing it. They're not doing it because they want a bad people. They're doing it for protection. They'll tell you in that, I got to arm myself up because I don't want to get robbed. I don't want to get killed. You understand? That's why they're doing it.
And 9's, you know what I mean? It's like your young prince is a teenager and just wants to go about his business and do what he's doing, but he's got this big kitchen knife in his back because it's just the way the ends are. So like we have to police our own youths and, you know what I mean, get into their minds and understand that, mostly innocent youths. I think that's why someone going around disarming them is actually making them more vulnerable because everybody else is armed. Police is armed. Everybody's armed. Everyone's got taser and all of this type of stuff. I see a black man get tasered in front of me, left in the Jesus position.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was horrible to see. It was just like, nah, I don't want that to happen to me or anyone I know. It's just like, nah, this is unfair. Like, how are you lot doing this, man? This is crazy. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah.
But
as
you
I said,
see, that's not. Yeah, I hear you, but again, I don't think because that's a little bit. All right, are all children going out armed up?
No,
no.
No.
Right.
I would like to think majority of our children are out there doing good. They're actually, studying and getting on with things. It's the minority that actually.
Now, what about in different communities? Are they all going out armed up?
No, I mean, we're talking like students and youths just going to the shop for their mom and all of that and have to travel through. You see, things that are invisible to us are very apparent to them. It's different world. Do you know what I'm saying? You walk these streets and you ain't got no boundaries. Yeah, they walk these streets. They got boundaries. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. And that's where the work. That's where the real work needs to take place. Right. And that's where the Dungard and them need to come out because what you need to do is stop that kind of behavior.
Right. So then how are we going to do that and then use police at the same time?
But no one's talking about police at this precise moment in time. You get me? The problem is, Maku, is this, isn't it? The police only get involved because there's been a breakdown somewhere else, isn't it? Right. You see what I'm saying to you? Because if Mandem were on these young boys' cases and this and that, and certain things were patterned a certain way, this and that and the other, then they wouldn't get to the popo.
No, but Sister 9, when we for example, we was up Leeds, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. We brought security up there to secure our people. There was loads of us. What now? Look what the Leeds council are doing now. They're saying this.
Jump on, Khan. Jump on.
They're saying this. Oh, there's too much black people securing themselves, and they're large amount. You see what I'm saying? So imagine this now. We're qualified with security. We're bringing all the people there and that to make sure things are okay. And then the government are saying this, oh, there's too much of them. You see what I'm saying in that? So it's like a thing where do we listen to the government or do we carry on do what we're doing? We could police the whole area and that, but the government always going to say this. There's too much of them. They may overpower us. They may outnumber us, just like with the riots. So then we have to make a decision. What do we do next? I'm saying that we have to do what we have to do. Do you understand? We have to do what we have to do and that. We can't listen to, go for the police all the time because they don't really care about us.
No. But no one's not saying to, like, I don't know why you like keep switching the narrative. No one's not saying to go to the police all the time, yeah. But I'm definitely saying they're necessary at the moment, yeah, because like what you're describing is wonderful, but you can only be in one place at one time, seemingly, and two, there's not lots of groups like that, yeah. But I'm not out here saying to go get into bed with Popo and whatever. I'm just saying for the youth them to not be disrespectful to the Popo in the first instance,
I think you're on that.
So that they don't piss them off, so that it doesn't become a constant thing, innit? Because I've heard and seen youths be very disrespectful to them, and it's unnecessary, bro.
Well, it is necessary, but
maybe not. No, it's not, Maku. Even the thing is, Maku, be disrespectful out of earshot, innit? Be disrespectful in your lyrics if you want to, you know what I mean? But being disrespectful in front of their face is retarded. It's just retarded. It's egotistical. You see what I'm saying to you? Plus, Boss and Dognet have the same luck. Yeah. So you might see a white boy take the piss and he'll go home. You might do the same thing and you're not going nowhere. Yeah. Let's not be silly about this. And this is what I'm trying to say, man. This is one of the problems that we're having with the youth. It's about his ego and lack of respect for each other.
No, yeah, that's more important. I mean, let's leave the authorities, supposed authorities, out of it, because as far as I know it, they work for us. You know what I'm saying? And in their capacity, if there's not a breach of the peace or whatever, they can go along.
Well, exactly. So now we can go back to what Kale was saying, because in Leeds, as long as you're not breaking the law, they can't do nothing.
Well, as I said, I mean, I'm not caping for a racist institution. I can't say nothing. All I can tell my people is just be wary, be careful, be respectful when necessary. Do you get what I'm saying? But if you got that hate in your heart for them because of things they've done to you or done to your people, then I can understand that still. I can understand that. But just
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
They're armed. That's the only reason why they get any type of respect. And they can use that power and will at will. Exactly. Yeah. And we know that.
What did you say that they're armed? Did you say?
Yeah, they're armed and dangerous. Let's get that right.
No, that's not. No, wait. Most Most popo in England are not armed. That's not true.
Yeah, but you're on about got military signs and not just guns.
Yeah, I'm saying taser is a weapon.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But again, you know what I mean. This is the problem. They've got CS gas, and you got youths with Mac 10s. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but they got Mac 10s, and they got all sorts of automatic weapons. You see them at the airport. You see them at certain parts of London. They got guns.
But they're the police.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the police. They got guns. That's what I'm saying.
They're supposed to have guns.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're moaning like they're not armed. I'm saying they're armed.
No, but Maku, I'm saying the general day-to-day PC plot is not armed. Okay,
he's armed. He's
compared
got
to America.
That is a weapon. That is classed as a firearm. The pepper spray.
Let me try it a different way. Compared to America, compared to Jamaica, compared to Nigeria and many other countries, the British police are not armed. Okay, they're not armed.
They are armed, and they have an armed response unit. They have all sorts.
But that's an armed. Are you just not listening to what I'm saying, bro? Of course, they've got an armed response unit. Okay. Yes, but the daily police, the normal police, they're not armed. Yeah, they've got their tasers.
No, they are in some places, like the airports and stuff. They definitely are.
Did you hear me say about the normal day-to-day in the community, Michael? Are you trying not to listen to what I'm saying, bro?
No, but
the normal PC plod that leaves Tottenham police station, he ain't armed. But yes, Tottenham police station has got armed popo. But normal day-to-day police, they're not armed.
They are armed, 95. It might not be with guns. 1 second. Yeah. Might not be with a gun, but it's still classed. Yeah. 2 of the 3 items they have on them is classed as firearms. Do you get it?
Yeah, but I'm saying all right, man.
Wait now, big up, Chef. Big up, I heard you loud and clear. Big up.
Yeah. It's classed as firearms.
It's military science. It's not necessarily you have to have a gun. It's part of military science, so they are armed. They are.
So the day-to-day, the one, you see that the taser can stop your heart. So it can cause heart attacks and stuff. So it's very dangerous, 94. Do you know what I'm saying? And the day-to-day have that. Never used to be like that, but yeah, you're right. Things change. But I've definitely seen them with guns in other day-to-day jobs in our nation's capital and beyond. Do you get what I'm saying? So certain buildings and certain things are protected by armed police. You know what I mean? When people
I'm definitely not disputing that. I was really just trying to make the general point that compared to other countries in terms of police, yes, they have tasers, yes, they got their baton, but that's it generally. Whereas other countries, like the ones that I named, they've all got guns, normal popo as regular. That's all I was saying.
I get
which still makes a massive difference at the moment.
I get what you're saying. Like every single cop assigned with a 9mm, no, right? But certain automatic weapons and all of that, yes, as standard in for some, right? Not your day-to-day Bobby and and usually in that case they usually have it in the car now.
Okay.
So the vehicle is equipped with firearm. So if they need to go in the boot and not the ones on the bike, but they've got enough on them anyway to deal with most situations, unless it involves guns. Once it involves guns, they make that cool. Yeah, anyone who's found there with a gun is probably going to die.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I was just really
But having that fear, 9's, is what we're talking about, is the fear of them having that ability to, you know what I mean, more or less take your life based on anything they're thinking and stereotypes and that. So it's very scary out there. You know what I mean? You could be an innocent guy. I've seen Richard Blackwood and certain man get bent up. Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. They don't care. Bent up and put on the ground, just like rah, rah, rah. Guns pointed at him and all of that. It's mad thing. Mistaken identity or something, but it can happen to anyone. So as I said, it's only when people start personally experiencing how they are, then their mindset might change or begin to change towards them. But generally, yeah, we just stay out of their way, man. You know what I mean? Have little interaction. That's the best way. Even as a security officer and that's what we're told.
Yeah, exactly.
Less interaction with them means less paperwork, means less turning up at court, having to read out your notebook.
That's right.
That's
right. Yeah.
No, I hear what you're saying, yeah, and I'm not disfingering with anything you're saying. And Kel, obviously, I heard you speak about what happened back in the day, and that, and Maku, I heard that also, and I'm definitely not negating that, right? But at the moment, I just think that at that time, the pole was definitely an enemy in it, because they were fucking man up, putting man in the back of the and all of that. So we understand that. However, times have changed a little bit now, innit? I'm not saying that they ain't fucking man up, but it's not as blatant, this, that, and the other. Plus, what I really am saying is that I think at the moment, the black on black crime is more important. You get me? I just
definitely.
But
they've definitely got a hand in it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Michael, what I'm also trying to say is this year: if other people don't see in us respect ourselves, why are they going to respect us?
No, I mean the police. The police have definitely got a hand in the situation. It's regardless of where other people respect us, because I think they do generally, right? But it's just with the police.
Maku, I don't think that's true. I think they don't.
No, I mean,
if Popo's going to see black on black crime, why should they treat that same black man any different? You get me? If he can see that his own people is not treating him any way, why should he treat him any better? Do you know what I'm saying to you?
It might not have nothing to do with that individual. It might be just going on his way to work every day. He just lives geographically in an area that's considered high crime and that. And then when these people just roll up and just snatch people off the road and beat the living daylights out of them, do you get me? Innocent people who've gone to uni, done what they're supposed to do, pay their taxes, and they're thinking to themselves, what did I do? What is it only because of the color of my skin now that I'm getting brutalized by these so-called authorities? Do you get it? We've got a very weird relationship with them because they're paranoid. They're stereotyping. You know, every black man. Oh, you live in this area. What has that got to do with the price of eggs? Do you get what I'm saying? It ain't got much to do with our day-to-day lives or even knowing who you're stopping or pulling over. They just run through like a, you know what I mean? Bend you up. Yeah, ask questions later. Yeah. You could be a young 14-year-old.
I think the problem that we're having, Maku, is as much as what you're saying may be true and may be the case, the problem that we have is that there's a small epidemic in it going on in it. You see what I'm saying to you? So it becomes a little bit of an occupational hazard as to how we deem these people that we're talking about, because until we can do better at the moment, they are the only in between. You see what I'm saying to you? Until we can do better.
I told you already.
But 9's in what's going on tonight, this is where we can't have them involved. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But I'm talking about generally. Yeah.
I'm saying generally.
You get
that's how
listen. When a youth stabs another youth dead, who's called? Are anyone calling the parents and the family, or are they calling the ambulance and the popo?
Some are calling the ambulance mainly, but yeah, I mean, popo will always reach.
Well, there you go, innit? There you go. Now, yesterday when I was watching the video in Brixton, the man that I saw there, who it was a family member, was on the floor bawling. You see what I'm saying to you?
Right.
Yeah. So then we go into the whole arena of snitching and this and that and the whole thing. Because like I'm saying, people must know who done that. That youth, unless he's in a care home or whatever, he's had to go home. Yeah. Now, I know you got some cold-blooded murderers out there, but you must know that something's going wrong. Something's a bit up with your brother, son, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So then this is where it starts to get sticky now, because if someone knows that this youth has done something, what should they do?
They should be telling us.
Okay. And then okay, good. So they're going to be telling, and then what do you do?
We have to do what we have to do. Like, we have to gather together and do like what we're going to do tonight. We should have been doing that from a long time, but sometimes you have your own social structure.
So do you do that and then send them to Popo, or is your thing the final thing?
We don't do no Popo thing.
Okay.
Even where we come from, yeah, we don't do that. So it's not even customary to do that. Sometimes, yeah, people get punished, people get put in the ground, even people get firing squad, and people get, you know what I mean, in the village.
To be fair, yeah, if what you're describing is, as my guy code, is a type of all else policy, you get me, that's gonna have the youth then thinking twice about doing whatever, then I'm all for it, you know.
Right.
All for it. And like I said, I would personally pay subs towards that organization.
Okay.
You get me? I would pay subs.
It's not going to be their policy. Is any interaction with police? This is
all right, Maku, man. All right. Yeah. No interaction with them, whatever, man. You think you can do it on your own?
No. You
can do it on your own, then that's fine, you know, because that's the way it should be anyway. The only reason why we're talking about 1 second, Kev.
There's a movement where we're teaching the mandem, right, to secure the area. We're doing that. You see what I'm saying? Because we know that when the police start getting involved, they're gonna start doing things like this. But are you legally to do that? So we're already doing that as a movement. The second thing is, when we do snitch, are the black community gonna protect the families, right, where one of them has snitched to let people know that what's happened? That's another thing we got to talk about, because we can all do all that snitching, but are we going to protect them? You understand? Are we going to pay those who are securing the police? Are we going to do them things there and that? Because it's a full-time job. Do you understand? Are we going to do them things there?
But you see, the only reason why you'd have to do all of that, is because of the way that the thing is set in the first place.
What do you mean? What do you mean how it's set?
Because civilians are not supposed to be involved in criminal activities and everything else. So if something's happened to a civilian and they have snitched, then that's it. They've snitched, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, but obviously they're not on code. That's
this is the problem, because they're a civilian. They ain't got your code. They go to work. They pay their taxes. They're 9 to 5. Sorry,
but you're asking certain things from us.
Let me ask the brothers this. Make sure I got something clear, yeah? So say if I'm walking down, I don't know, any damn high street right now, yeah? And some guy jumps me, takes my money, takes my phones, all that. Am I not supposed to call the police? Like, what's happening here? Or am I supposed to come to Brother Kale and Maku and say, look, this has happened, what are you not going to do? Like, what am I supposed to do? Because this is what 9's is talking about, the civilians.
But that, I mean, in most cases, right, you would have a partner. Do you get what I'm saying? You would have someone, significant other, or, do you get what I'm saying? Who you appeal to, and then maybe he rolls out with a couple mandem, knows a couple mandem that know the guy who robbed you, and before evening time in the old days, that's how you get your stuff back, right?
I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with the conversation. I'm listening now, and I think she's talking more so about the people that are not about the street life.
I understand that most people are civilians, but even the civilians, in a sense, have got it wrong, because we're trying to say now community. So now we've got this community group that deals with these serious cases. We cannot have police involved, plain and simple. Do you get what I'm saying? We understand that civilians will call police when necessary, and it makes sense. If someone drops from a building, if someone gets hit from a car, you get what I'm saying? But we're talking things that our youths and all of that are doing. We need to deal with that. We need to police that. That's what we need to do. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not every aspect, and they're going to be there because we live in a country dominated not by us. Do you get it? We understand that. And everywhere they seem to put us, it seems, high crime and high violence and drugs and all of that seem to follow us. Interesting. Yeah. But I'm saying the most thing out here that's significant is that crime pays the system, the police, the lawyers, the courts, do you get what I'm saying? The prisons and all of that. There's big money in locking us up and incarcerating us based on whatever crimes, you know. And I feel if we all decided not to commit crime, they would still be locking people up because they've got to make money. So we need to nip this at the root.
So, Maka, you're saying that even if we cleaned up our this is what I'm interpreting. I could be wrong here, but let me just try this. So I'm interpreting what you're saying as even if we did get the brothers and, you know, they got together, cleaned up the community, you know, swept out. You're saying even at that point, the feds will just still be on us regardless.
No, I feel.
You're saying even if we clean up the community, they're gonna find a way to lock us up because it's money, it's business.
Yes. And it's definitely been proven the case. Do you get what I'm saying? Wow. Because a lot of these youths are not doing what they're saying, but because of stereotyping and stigma and videos they put out about gangs and you showing them knives and guns and all of this type of stuff, in the officer's mind, what does he know? He's not even past 20, 28 or 29, doing this job. There's fear, there's an element of fear there, and they never put Londoners in London. They put London police in country, and then they put country police in London. So then there's another cultural problem, that these people don't know where we're coming from. Man's from Yorkshire and that. Do you get what I'm saying? So how's he going to identify with the community and, you know, police liaison and all of that? It doesn't make no sense. This is where it's all breaking down with us and them. So
in
now
we're F either which way then, if that's the case. Because
we're saying let's go back to the old ways where yes, everything was done within the community. Yes, stabbings have happened and blah blah blah, but it was made in such a way that it didn't happen again. You know what I'm saying? I got a close friend who stabbed another close friend and and you know, one went mad because of the loss of blood and all of that, but the other one didn't stab anyone again. Especially not another brother, you know what I mean? It was just mad. But these things happen when we're growing up and all of that. But there no police involved. Do you get what I'm saying? No police involved. Other men have shot man by accident and all of that, and compensation has had to be given. You know what I mean? We've all rang the ambulance, you know what I mean? And took man outside because we don't want to see like, yo, someone let off a shot in the house. Where's the gun then? Do you get what I'm saying? We're saying he's outside and it happened. Yeah, but we're all there with him and because you know police is gonna get involved once he gets to the hospital. Anything with bullets and knives, police will be called when you're at the hospital, not by you, but by the people in the hospital.
I'm saying, Lady D, if we can pay taxes for a system who's not there, but we should be able to pay the black community to protect the black community. You understand? We need to sit down and do all them things, and it's possible to be done. Do you understand?
Hold on. Brother Kel, you do recognize where we are, right? You do understand we are in Great Britain, the United Kingdom, especially in particular, us three here right now in London. You're in Birmingham, right? You know where we're in the UK. We are in a country that runs by a law, that has a law in place, and these are the procedures. So how are we supposed to avoid these people that we're in their country and this is the law of the land? Police will be involved.
I've just said, those who are qualified, that have learned how to secure. There's a lot of us have security companies, you know, right? We know the procedures. If we trained our people to understand the legal system, how to secure, right, the community, etc., and you pay them, right, then it will make us not rely on the police. If we can pay tax, you should be able to pay black people to protect each other. What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
There's nothing, you're not interfering the law. That's legal. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that, but are black people gonna pay black people to protect the community? You got to give us jobs. You understand what I'm saying? And that when we do put ourselves in fire, etc., and that money for the family who's been killed, etc., need to be looked after. If we go pen, right, the family needs to be taken care of. You see, all the other communities, they understand these things. So if we're going to do this movement thing, which some of us are starting to do, we have to pay black people to protect black people. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's right. And that's why I respect for from the beginning on the police UK and cops are the ops. It's facts. You know what I mean? We don't want nothing to do with them. Why, as a parent, it's very disappointing if our partners and thing have to call police on our children. Something is broken down. Do you get what I'm saying? That you feel that the authorities are a parent now. You feel that the authorities or the police were there when you conceived these children. I don't get it. Do you get what I'm saying? We do not need their services. We need to take control.
We might not need it, but we are in, again, we're in a country that we reside, and it is part of the fabric of this country.
Right.
So we can't have it both ways, bro, is what I'm telling you.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You just limit their interaction. As I said, in your personal and social and economic life, there's no reason. Do you get what I'm saying? Economically, there might be a reason, like you have a business, and do you get what I'm saying? You need that protection or whatever. That makes sense, right? And in your community, if it goes nuts or there's a serious accident or whatever, we need them, right? We're not saying that. We're saying when it comes to our personal like situations where our youths are killing each other, I don't think we need them. We don't need them for that. We need us to step in. We meant to be the police of those type of situations. So
okay, then once we step in, who solves the crime? Who does all the forensics? I don't think we are thinking when you are speaking for real.
We don't. Oh, sorry. Before forensics, we were doing it. So
Maku, behave yourself. I can't take it.
And there's such a thing, the Lady Divine, as you know, as the ghetto grapevine, right? Where we know everything that happened. Who killed who did what. You can never say that never existed. It always existed. Fact. Yeah? Straight up and down. Before 24 hours gone, you know who did what in your ends. Yeah? You didn't need police or forensics or anything like that. So, yeah. That's what our problem is. We keep using as I said, using these tools given out to us. Yeah, I mean, some with genuine honesty, but other times I don't see the point, because that's what you're complaining about. You're complaining that the men are not standing up and doing their job, but then we're being hindered if you keep involving the authorities.
But it's not a case of involving.
I don't agree with what you're saying there, Makuban, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you know, I've heard many stories whereby someone's been a victim of whatever, or whatever.
Right.
And the family are complaining, that the community ain't saying and doing nothing when it's very well known who it is, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? So what you're saying in theory may sound right, but in practice, it's not. It's not happening, bruv.
Because a lot of people are not invested in loss of life. It seems they'd rather go hairdressers and all. You know what I mean? Like hair being all of these weird things.
But now you're being silly. No, Maku, don't do that.
When I've been barling loss of life. 1 second, sis. When I've been barling, loss of life is the most important thing. How we can reduce that and stop our youths killing each other. That's all I've been saying.
No, but no one's in disagreement with you, Maku. But then you say things that don't.
They want to argue. They want to argue about hair shop and stuff. That's what I said.
Maku, don't you dare bring in the hair shop. Yeah,
I can. Do it. I can.
Why, Maku?
What do you mean? Because it's a perfect example of what we're talking about. Yeah.
What? That's the
perfect example of priority.
Maku, we're talking. brother.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, when people were shouting me down about that, when I was still mentioning this type of stuff, this is what I'm talking about. I'm glad that we're here finding.
Stop this, man. You sound mad.
You know what, Kel? I'm waiting for you to step up, Kel. And you all now you don't come off mute.
You just sound
You're
mad.
supposed to dissect this long time, Kel.
That's what we're trying to say, 9's. It sounds mad until situations like this happen.
But Maku, what you're doing now is just it's retarded, bro.
Sister,
how the fuck?
They do, right? All due
Yeah.
respect here.
How have you got? No, hold on a minute.
I need you to
One
intervene right now, Kel.
No, but sister, I've already
okay.
told you exactly what we're doing. You know, I've told you already, right? I broke it down. The black community needs to pay the black community to protect each other. All due respect to you, you started to talk about forensic science, etc. I'm saying, right, the police do their job, but we do ours. That's all I'm saying, right? If we do that, it will limit. So remember this, you know, in Birmingham, London, etc. The community in Birmingham, right? There were mandem then that were taking the knives off the youths. Gang in London, right? They were doing the same thing. The police weren't doing that. You see what I'm saying in that? It was the mandem who were affiliated, who are synchronizing, talking to the youths and saying this, oh, you know what? Yeah, that's a bit hecky, you know, coming in this area and I'm gonna youth them there and this, that, whatnot. You know what I mean? And that you have to put that down. They were taking it from them respectfully. The police weren't doing that. You understand? That's what
Kel,
we
no, listen, Kel, I think you're getting the wrong messaging now. It's not that we're not hearing you now. We're hearing you, brother. But it sounds good in theory. Do you not hear Nanifa? In practice, is it practical? That's what that's the question on the table.
We're doing it though, beloved. As I tried to explain to you, there's a lot of us that are securing. As I said to you already, here's a solution, oh beloved, all due respect to you. If there are enough of us who have our security badge, etc., right, we're doing it the legal way. You see what I'm saying? And that some of us are going in the bailiffs, work, etc. If we use that to police our areas, when the government comes in and say, "But who authorized you?" we can say, "Oh, we got our badge." You see what I'm saying? And oh, we got this, we got that. We know the rules and regulations. You see what I'm saying? In that, right? Plus, the community are paying us, right, to secure, patrol the areas, right, and backed up with supplying jobs for the youth. That's going to limit the crime. You see what I'm saying? That's going to limit it. You see what I'm saying? And then if anything gets out of hand, then the police can go and sort that out with the forensic. That's their job. But when it comes to us, limiting things that could happen, that's our job. And I'm saying we have to pay the black community to protect the black community and pay taxes to the government and pay taxes to the black community to secure it. That is a solution if we're serious about securing our community.
9. I don't know. See, I don't know. See, I'm more of a person when I see it, I believe it, and because I'm not seeing it right now, I'm just seeing more and more bodies being gathered. I'm seeing the people them getting younger and younger. I'm just like, yeah, it just sounds good in theory, but I need to see this in place. I need to see it in action. Otherwise, to me, it's just waffle and it's just a pipe dream. Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear that, beloved, but this is why the men, because I understand, I said this before, like our women, they've given up on us, and I understand that. We're still going to hail them up and that, but it's for us who don't want to have a hopeless mindset that says to us, oh, you know what, we've got to do. And it's always been that way anyway. Do you understand? So I understand, beloved, and you should have that mindset because we haven't really done what we're supposed to be doing as black men. But the solution is, and it's already starting already, we're starting to secure certain areas. There's a lot of men who's got the security badge, right? And they're doing it the legal way. That is progress. You see, we're not doing it like the gangway and that, right? Where the police can say, well, these are thugs, etc. and that. You see what I'm saying? We're doing it the correct way. But regardless of how we're going to do it, the government are not going to like an organized black community. Remember this, you know, in the 80s, you know, right? We were already organizing Handsworth, etc., and Brixton and that, but the government still put crack and that in the community in the 80s in the UK. What did they do that for? Because we were organized. So that's what I'm saying. We've got to be realistically, they're still going to come after us anyway. But we still have to keep going on to preserve the next generation. And I'm saying, as I said already, beloved, we have to pay the black community and that. Give us jobs to secure the black community. You know what I mean? And that £10, this and that in the pot. So those who are putting their life on the line for the black community, etc., and that they're secured. We need to do that. And it will limit certain things. That is the solution.
big up, panel, big up, 9's.
Chefs, welcome, sis. Pick up yourself.
Okay,
You found very low though.
oh, hello, can you hear me now?
Yay, there we go.
Bless up, Shells, man. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon.
Up, family.
Son,
Yeah.
sister, chef, big up,
Good
sis.
afternoon,
Big up.
afternoon. Big up, Kel. Long time no speak, man. Hope you've been well and that.
Yeah, man. Article queen. Yeah, man.
What are you saying, unks, man? You're over here
So,
frustrating
Chefs,
people.
what do you think to what you've heard in the last 10 minutes regarding what Maku and Kale are saying in terms of...
Yeah, I feel like everyone's right in their own sense, innit? Like everyone's made a good point. But you see, this is the thing. We need to agree on one thing, at least just one thing. And try and implement that one thing at least and see where we go from there. Do you know
But
what I
one
mean?
thing we all agree on, Chefs, that I can point at right now is that we all agree the communities that we reside in definitely need a clean up. That's a fact. Now, how we go
the
about
youths,
doing clean up now is
youths,
where I think we
you
all
know what?
differ.
It's the do you know what I was thinking? We need to create some data, where it's like kind of similar to what I was saying yesterday, where it's like we invite the community out, whether that be single mums, whether that be single fathers, whether that be 2-parent households, bring them out, find out who's got what, and then try and basically, assign different things to depending on who they are. Do you know what I'm saying? So like you might have a group for this, a group for that, and then you can start sectioning them off and then find out who the trouble youths are. You get me? The ones that's actually causing the harm in the
the
community.
madness and being the most noise for the majority.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean? I feel like if we kind of like, and this might sound far-fetched, but talking about solutions in it. So, but yeah, if we can create some kind of data where we pick up where the youths them there, do you know what I'm saying? And go from there. Sorry, I can hear myself. But yeah.
There was an echo. What's that?
Don't know. Was it me?
No, I think is it okay now? Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay now.
But yeah, I was saying we need to just create some type of data, bro. You can pick up the data so that we can know, this is where these youths reside. Do you understand? And then we can be more what's the word? Just more specific in a sense.
That data's probably out there already, sis, when I think about it. Do you know what I mean? But just under different sort of titles, as it were. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying at all. I think that's a very good idea because at least it sort of gets the village talking again, etc., etc.
And involved. You get me? Because that's when Kel's situation can come into play, where we pay these security companies to go and knock on these boys' doors and actually start mentoring these boys. Because what I find is that we want to mentor these children, but some need it some need it more than others. More time in these type of oh my words, man. These type of situations where people get opportunities. It's not the actual youths that need the opportunities that get the opportunities. Do you understand? We need to find the youths that need those opportunities and give it to them. You get me?
But do you know, and now I'm going to piss people off now. You get me? But I'm going to do it anyway. In that regard, who would be good people to liaise with?
No,
not say the police.
The same
say the police. I knew she was going to say that.
The same
in what regards, though? What, to mentor the youths them?
Sorry?
What, to mentor the youths them?
No, not to mentor them, but to be able to identify.
Oh, to get that data.
Exactly, to identify in it, because more time they're going to be pulling up these very same ones that we're trying to get to, right?
If not pulling them up, investigating them, observing them, all kind of stuff. Remember, police are not stupid, you know. They're watching you long before, you know.
Yeah.
They've been trailing you long time. They're waiting for you to F the hell up, and now they're coming. That's
You
how
know,
they
as well,
work.
we also need to look into who their fathers are and who their uncles are and what they've been into. Do you understand? Cause more time, I won't say more time. I will say some of the issues that I find is that the youths them are just following what they see their uncles been doing or their big brothers been doing, whether that
Facts.
be selling drugs or whether that be on violence or whatever.
Facts.
So it's kind of like if we can get to the root of them man there and you know and kind of help them separate what they're doing from, you know, I'm not trying to take food out of no one's mouth in it, but you lot need to try to separate yourselves from what the youths them are seeing in it. Do you know what I mean? Obviously it's
Well,
difficult,
you are absolutely correct,
You're
though,
right.
Chanel.
You're
And
right.
you're
yeah,
really, in that regard, hitting the nail upon the head. You see what I'm saying to you? And the thing is,
yeah,
the thing is as well, especially if you're 2, 3, 4 generations in this country, you shouldn't even still be doing that shit, as far as I'm concerned. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying to you? And that I believe is a massive failure, if I'm going to be honest. And if we're going to talk truth to power, that's why I'm saying I'm the man that really ready to have the conversation. You see what I'm saying to you? Because I remember as far back as the 80s, you got certain man saying from Desos to them now walk, you know. You get me? They them now what for Babylon, them now what for sister, them now what, them now what, them now what. They just, and then you got a bag of youths, you get me? So then all your youths have seen you doing is just not that. You understand what I'm saying to you? So then, like you're saying, Chef, what do you expect? You get me? Then this youth comes now, he's gonna do the same thing, bam, hit the and then this will becomes
but you see, this is where workshops come into play, and this is where, you know, advising the youths from young, so like from all the ages of 6, you get me, have them in your shops, have them in these black owned shops, you get me, looking about, okay, you can help me with this, you can put some price tags on this and da 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 da, get them into the mindset of, oh, this is what it looks like to have my own. You get me? And in the meantime, they're understanding business. You get me? I know 6 might be a bit too young, but these youths nowadays, anyway, if it starts from young, from a young age, maybe 8, and every Saturday they're going to help auntie at the store, or every Saturday they're going to help unks at the barber shop, or every Saturday they're going to help, you know, the coach down the road that does the football club. And you get me? Like, these are things that they would see and they're like, oh, that's a role model. Oh, you know what? And it will become the norm for these youths to see, oh, I don't have to work for nobody. I can work for my own.
Facts.
Eliminate them.
Oh, sis,
Do you know what I
drop
mean?
link for sis Sarah, please, sis.
You know, as well,
So,
Sister
yeah.
Shiv,
You
I'll
see,
be
I
honest with
do
you, right?
agree with that, and I ain't got no problem with that. But I'm saying, for me, Chef, and I agree, but it doesn't have to be an either or.
Right,
You get
right,
me?
right, right, right. Yeah.
The both can run side by side. You get
All
me?
of them.
Because
I feel like
there's nothing
everything
because
that we've said could run side by side. Yeah,
mm.
go on. Sorry.
Because the
It
thing is,
can.
as
It's
well,
putting
what we
it
have
in
to
together.
remember, and
It's
this is what I
coming
was saying
together to make that work, though. That's the problem.
Say that again, D.
It's putting all of it like Chevelle was saying. If we come together to make it work, it'll work. But if we're having an infighting before it even gets to the putting it on plan stage, it's just a
Yeah.
madness. It don't go nowhere, and we end up focusing on the infighting rather than getting the mission accomplished. And that
Yeah,
seems to be our failure every time.
we need to
I'm back.
assign
I'm back.
roles.
I'm back. Sorry,
Big up,
Adam.
Unc. We need
Big
to
up, big
assign.
up. Well,
We need to start assigning roles and being okay with sections that we're in. Do you understand? So
right.
as Kel said, you have the section where you got the man them that do security, they start securing the roads. You get me? We've got the women them that already do kind of like some workshops for the ladies or for the females. Boom.
Right.
And then you've got the entrepreneurs that take on the youths them, you know, from a youngish age and start showing them about da 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 da. You get me? So it's like we need to start taking on roles within our community and sticking to those roles long enough to see an actual change. Because what I
Or
find is that
even
a lot of us start things and
Mm.
because within 6 months it's still you know, we still ain't seen no youths, or you know, this youth was coming for this. But this is where we need to create that neighbor type love from back in the day. Back in the day, I could knock my neighbor's door and be like, yo, could I have some sugar? Do you even think I know my neighbor now? Don't know nothing about my neighbor. Don't know where they're from. Don't know what they do. Do you know what I mean? And it's like that.
Yeah.
We used to look after each other essentially. If we could bring that back, it will take time, but we just gotta persevere.
No, almost
Do
there.
you know what I mean? Like we gotta start somewhere in it. Big up, Sarah.
Yeah. Big up, everyone. Honestly,
Big
Sugar,
up,
big up Lady D. Hey, all.
Yeah.
Who else is there? Maku and Sister 9.
Come on. Oh,
Sister
didn't even see you on the panel. Big up, Sarah.
Yeah, big up everyone. Just, I think Chevelle literally hit it on the nail. I think first you need to recognize how big the problem is. With the data, like, I don't think we have enough data. There needs to be data put down. Where are these children? How many of these children are there? And then we can work from there to see which areas you need to target. Because running around like headless chicken isn't going to work.
No.
You need to see which areas need the most target. The other thing the sister said was linking children up with opportunities and people with resources. And as adults, unfortunately, no one does anything for free anymore. No one cares like that. So we've got to collect funds, create funds, and hire these entrepreneurs to coach these kids. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Create a grant system. Maybe if a child is interested in a business, you put up the grant, but you put certain conditions on, like you've got to learn your trade, you've got to sit with this person for this many hours, you've got to have a business plan, and then we'll go from there. Do you know what I mean? So they're still getting the grants and the money and the resources, but with the conditions, so they don't use it frivolously.
Right.
But it needs to be planned. Do you know what I mean? This stuff
again, when it comes to money and stuff like that, it's a very tenuous subject amongst, because we've got no community structure. We need to get that in place. You know what I mean? So we know what we're fighting for. Some
sort of a funding system where no one in particular is in control. Do you know what I mean? In control. I don't know if that makes sense.
You know what? Yeah, I like something just came to mind. Like, if we had like more community barbecues and more community outings, like where boom, you know what? This organization is taking, they're putting out a petition for youths, say in Brixton, that want to go to a particular place, and you create that fun outside of their community. So they're not just stuck in the community. They're seeing what else is out there.
But that's the sad thing, though, Chef. Sis, that's
the sad thing.
We used to have this.
Yeah, we did.
All day.
We used to do holidays, right? And like trips abroad.
Yeah, we did.
We had that, but slowly the resources started getting pulled away out of the communities. The play centers had shut down. The community pioneers of the communities that run these little they had to close down to lack of resources, or government can't afford it no more.
All right. So can I give you a suggestion? Yeah.
Yeah.
We know a driver. Yeah. Cool. Boom. He's got a license to be able to drive coaches and that. Yeah. Boom. If we can find one, and we say, all right, cool. We're gonna make some flyers. Do some donations. You get me? And get whoever's interested to come to the trip has to pay a certain amount, whether that be £8, whether that be a tenner. Do you know what I mean? And for those that can't pay, we try and raise some money for one or two children, and we do our own thing. Whether that be a pastor, whether that be an imam, whether that's somebody, you get me, somebody in the community. Where, okay, you're not on the road, you're not about that life, but you see Wagwan, or whether that just, as you said, an entrepreneur, someone that runs a business, but someone that has leadership skills in order to lead these kids on these type of trips, innit? So, like, I feel like we can do it ourselves. So, even though, what I'm saying, Unks, like, if we just put the time out.
No, it's swaying the ones with the available funds to do that. People with available funds. Or good in business know that you never use your own money, right? That's one of the first
you need to
rules
learn to play the game. Teach these kids to play the game, because it's a game. We're teaching them, go to school, if you work extra hard you're going to get far in life. No, the world doesn't work like that. We're literally selling our kids lies. The world don't work. It's who you know, what room you're in, and what opportunities you are ready for to take on. Because a lot of these kids might have opportunities, but they don't know what to do with it. I know kids who, because my husband was in the crypto scene quite big in London, a lot of them were drug dealers. They were cleaning their money through crypto, but they just didn't know how to clean it. They didn't have, there's a lot of Asians that are heavy in this as well, big up the Asian community, but they have businesses so they can clean their money through their family businesses and send it back home. And so they were doing the fuckeries. They were flipping it through crypto, but they had family and people to support them to sort of clean their money and sort of get out the game.
Right.
Whereas our kids had nothing, they didn't have that support or that advice or that financial advice. So they're just buying frivolous watches and bust out rollies. And why? Like, why? What are you doing? Do you know what I mean? They didn't have that
But this is why I said it starts
They
from
lost a lot of
young.
money.
If we start them from young, as I said, in it, like from a young age, then you know, not saying that the roads won't have an impact, but if we start from the younger generation, more than enough of them won't necessarily need to go down that route. They would have had a business model and understood how money works by the age of 15. You understand? If we go by what I'm saying and say like basically from 8 till about by 15, they can open up their own business and start running it. And within
everything's remote
time,
now, sis. You don't even need so many middlemen. Like
within
you can create a brand online
within
for free,
no time,
website.
you'll be the youths then will be
got to
where
find
they
the
need
niche.
to be in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I find that those youths will then influence their brethren and be like, bro, I'm already making this amount of money and I'm 15.
You bring your friends in,
and I've invested. But because he has the understanding, he can then break it down to his brethren. His brethren is now wanting to be involved. So what can I do to help you? And what's my cut gonna be in? Do you know what I mean? And
get me. Let's do this together. Let's partner out. Let's put our money
yeah,
together.
I feel like, you know, because more time we act like the youths them are stupid. More time we act like the youths them are stupid, but
they're clever.
Them ages there, I remember them ages there. I used to pick up things like
very
a sponge,
creative,
like a sponge. So I'm saying,
and they're very creative. They don't have inhibitions, and you know how
they got one thing right. They got technology.
Yeah.
They've got tech, and they
technology
don't
as well.
play to use it. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
Just tell them
one
to
of the
investigate
things
something, they got it.
Exactly. And my husband came from a very gang affiliated area. One of the things that he did with a couple of brothers from the area that were successful in certain industries, they did summer programs. So the local churches and stuff would fund those programs, and the kids will come in and they would actually have sit downs and coaching on how to do drop shipping, because that's quite an easy thing to get into, how to do it, how to set up your brand, how to find items, how to all that nonsense. And then once they'd studied it and they'd shown through like presentations and things like that, that they understood the whole idea of drop shipping, they were then given grants to set, so they had that capital to sort of get started. And then after that, it's do your own thing in it. But these little programs, they need that support from the community, whether it's churches, mosques, just regular community, mothers coming together, putting money into the pot. Do you know what I mean? But
the thing is,
can change the trajectory of that child's life.
It's the scrapage of,
yeah.
Bruv, sometimes I got £3.20 in my account, sister. Like,
even if everybody,
it would be, yeah, like it would be amazing. But this is what we're faced with, innit? Is that we're talking about a community issue, but these are individuals. Do you understand? Like, we're still individuals.
I hear that.
And we still got our own issues, and mummy still needs to work.
Exactly.
So you get me? So it's like sometimes we even have to go into these establishments, like
and
put
hold
down
them
a couple
accountable.
flyers
like, people need to start holding them accountable.
in the NHS. You get me? The ones that are nurses and put some.
Do you know how many children's
down.
charities are out there? But where does this money go? Like, what are you doing with this money? As a people, we need to hold them accountable as well. There's so many charities,
I
so many
like
organizations.
Half of these parents don't know anything about what their kids are up to. They don't even have a clue.
If someone comes into
out there working, they're too busy out there working.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean? And it's so it's like we need
I had
to try
one mum
and get
never
into
knew. Listen, I had one mum, yeah, chefs. I had one mum that found that never even knew that her child got trafficked and fucking done county lines over to.
Yeah, it's very common, sis.
Because she was working, so busy working, trying to provide. She didn't even notice that her child got taken away and
the kids are very good at masking, sis. So we can't blame parents. Right. They're very good at masking their situations out of, they don't want to disappoint their parents or make them worry. They're very good at masking what they do. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what's a funny thing, yeah? And people might not agree with me on this, yeah, but work part-time, it might be hard for a couple of years, yeah? And money's going to be tight, but just be in your children's lives, bruv. Make sure you're present, man. You know, so, like I'm not
Yeah.
a parent, so I can't.
Or one parent does that.
You
at
know,
least.
like so, but someone
Mm.
needs to be involved, like fully involved. Like you're there when your youth gets home. Your youth's
Yeah.
coming home to a cooked meal. Boom. You get me? That alone is wanting to keep the youth inside. And then after he
Keep them
eats a
busy as
meal,
well.
he's going football club after, where
Mm.
the coach is now overseeing him. Someone comes and picks him up from wherever you get
You
me?
can,
And
yeah,
then
you could do
boom,
play
like
groups.
you
You
get me,
can
you're
have
just
like a group of
involved.
parents can get like a tutor for an hour, but then split the money.
Right,
When I used to be
right,
tutoring, some parents, they did them. I have like 4 parents, 4 families. We want to tutor for 2 hours. It might be like 40 quid or 50 quid, but we'll split the money between us. So then it won't be that much. But then at least you know your child, they're progressing academically
Big
as
up
well.
motion.
Because you
Yeah.
can't have to do everything on your own. Like this idea of doing everything on your own is a lie. You need everyone needs support, man. I don't care who you are.
That's a fact.
Every human being
Big
needs
up,
support.
brother Motion in the
Big up
house.
Motion.
Yo, big up,
Big
big
up,
up,
Mos.
big up, brother. Come on, sisters, big up. Don't know.
Big up some brother motion, big up King.
Yo, big up, Kel, man. Salute, brother.
Yeah, you need to turn out that volume.
Imagine if we and I know this is mad, yeah. I know what I'm about to say is crazy. But imagine if we got the youths them to show their own dance. We provided them with the space. You get me? Everyone's got their role. One might be selling snacks and drinks and stuff. Obviously, it's not. You get me? It's not ideal, but I'm just trying
You know
to.
what? It's not even a
One
crazy
might be the
idea.
promoter. One might be the promoter. Goes around the ends, drops off flyers. It's £2 to get in. Do you know what I mean? The youths
Yeah.
them will be. That's where the youths them will be
Especially when they're
on a
young.
Friday, and you see the fact that they're running things. Yeah, think you get me. And all we have to do is, as Kel said, I'm not gonna take out the security out of it. We just have couple mandem securing the premises. You get me, making sure not a nagwan. You get me, checking them as they come in. You get me, from 15 or whatever age to like 17.
Sis, to be fair though, I think that would work for more younger children. I think the older children are they've got access to crazy amounts of money. That's not when you're earning 2-3 grand a day, 100. Yeah, we're not doing cupcakes. It's not going to work. Do you know what I mean? But the new generation, you can instill that in them because they've got that innocence about them. The older ones need to sit with real entrepreneurs and learn, okay, you're in this game. We need to get the hell out of this game. How much do you have? How can we flip that shit in a legal way?
And more time, them youths they're good with their maths anyway. So once you change the units or what they're selling to a different thing, and they realize that they can get the same amount.
Can I ask you a little question quickly? Yeah, based on everything you're saying, do you think that you have to, for want of a better word, sacrifice a generation to affect the next generation?
Definitely. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, blood.
Unfortunately.
You get me? Fuck these youths, bro. I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
No. I think some of them are far gone, bro. Like, I don't know how to explain. Like, how are you gonna, if a kid's earning 3-4 grand, what the hell are you gonna tell him? Stop earning that money. Like, how are you gonna, what do you tell that child? Like, what are you gonna tell them? They look at you like you're mad. Like, are you dumb? Like, you know how much
Brother Kel's gonna do us for saying definitely, you know, but I do agree with that. I
there
know that's
might
against
be
the Pan-African thing,
kids.
Brother Kel, but I have to agree with that. Sometimes we just got to say like this is not it.
Realistically,
and sacrifice it, yeah. And
you know what it is? These youths aren't trying to listen to us, Kel.
I don't want to say sacrifice. Like, should we say focus more on the ones coming up?
Yeah,
that's why I said for want of a better word, because like we in some ways you switch off to the generation that we got now, and in some ways you'll forget, because there will be some of them that you will get through to. You understand me? But
yeah,
I think it's partly you sitting there thinking, well, boy, enough of the generation, the whole mindset's gone. So
more time you got to separate them.
Right, but then they're gonna be.
Separate them from
wait. But check the negative side to that, though.
Yeah,
they're gonna be the adults of tomorrow,
and the leaders of tomorrow. Oh God.
I'm not too. You know what? I'm not too upset about. No, hold on. I'm not too upset about that, because with time, you get wisdom. Do you understand? Okay, yeah, we have ignorant people, but I don't entirely think that, like, some of us used to be in badness when we were younger. Look at where we're at now. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but I agree.
At some point, sense kicks in. You get me? And I would say for majority of the youths, sense will start to kick in when they get
Mm,
older and da 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 da
mm,
da. So, and I feel like you also have to remember that the youths, them that are gonna be the leaders, they're already set up in positions to be leaders already.
mm. But so sis,
Mm.
on that, yeah. So based off that, yeah. So what do we say? Can we just kind of like allow someone to maybe collect bodies then in the hope that at 25 he decides he's just gonna stop? Do you know what I mean? You see what I'm
What I
saying?
mean, what I'm saying with those particular youths, once you find them, you brock them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once you find out you did this, and I know where you live, and I know who you are, you get brock up.
And make the younger
Sorry,
one privy to it,
Mumsy.
so they know. Nah, I'm not gonna
Right.
do that because
Sorry,
that's what's gonna happen
Mumsy.
to me.
I listen. I know you don't want to see your boy get brock up, but he's gonna have to hold this L
Yeah.
just for now because he's taken someone's life. This is
You-
less
Do
than what he's done. So
you know the
we need
worst?
to brock him up and then bring him to the feds. I'm so sorry. I don't agree with the feds them thing, but sometimes you get me. Like bring them to the feds. You deal with them
You know what, Chef?
because what
That was a
brock
question I
them
was
up
gonna
in the
ask.
community.
That was
Let
a
them
question I was
see.
gonna ask. You know, I was gonna ask that question at what limit do we have where it comes to feds and dealing with certain things? Is there a limit? Is it across the
There
board,
should be
none
no,
at all,
You,
or is there
do you know
certain
what?
offense? I don't know,
I
man.
feel like certain offenses. All right. So say if we find out, say you did steal from a shop or whatever, brock him up in the community so he can don't steal again.
Yeah.
Especially not from this shop.
Shouldn't get
Okay,
jailed for
cool. There's a M charge now. Man's murdered somebody else's son. Yeah. Okay. Depending on the situation, once we get the information about how it was done, because it could have been done in self-defense. So we don't want to necessarily brock up someone for you get me for defending themselves. Okay.
Ultimately,
But
shouldn't that be the
however,
choice
when
of
it
the
comes,
family that's
sorry.
affected?
However, when it comes to someone that's outright murdered someone, and we know that's what it was, brock him up
On
and
badness
bring
as
him
well,
to
right?
the feds. Do you understand? Let them.
But then, Trev, that's the problem because when we now will say that, Kel and I guess Maku would argue that we shouldn't be including the feds in no time at all. They jungle justice, I guess they're trying to say.
Yeah, but then
That don't
No,
make
okay.
sense to me.
But then how long are they gonna?
Sorry. I feel
Go
that's
ahead,
how things
Maku.
were done before. Like we didn't need the feds to intervene at any point. Like that's us not doing our job correctly if we have to involve the feds. We've all become too reliant on them in that way. That
Okay,
even our
can I
solutions
ask you?
involve
Yeah.
them. Our solution doesn't involve them. No.
So can I ask you? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you broke up the youth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You broke him up, and obviously he's definitely murdered someone. He's on badness. Da 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 da. You broke him up now. What do you then do after you broke him up? Do you keep him on house arrest? How do you show him
Does he serve the
that
family?
he
What
has
happens?
he has to pay some type of something of his time so that you get me for a
What about
payment or
community?
repentance? I don't know.
Listen. If I them sitting there and you're gonna brack up people anyway, you might as well just kill it. Yeah, just let's just not fuck around and beat around the bush. Yeah, if people are out there doing this to innocent, listen. If people are out there doing this thing to innocent people, this is where you have to understand. There's a line between things, in it. Yeah, there's two roadmen in a beef and one of them stab and dead. I feel them business. That's the way I see it. Yeah, I feel them business.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're going out and you're killing innocent picnic and them sitting there, yeah, are dead, you're for dead. It's that simple. It's that simple. I don't know why we're beating around the bush. How we're gonna keep people on house arrest and no, we can't do that. And brack up people. You're gonna brack up the killer and what? Wait, we're gonna brack up the killer and the killer's gonna look upon each and every one on the face and say, yeah, we saw catch your back.
But these sorry, but what I was saying, but these are the things that, and I'm sorry to say that the feds are able to do though. you understand? Because we don't necessarily want to. We don't necessarily. Okay, we broke him up, whatever. But we don't necessarily. I don't know. I don't
Here's
feel
my
like
thing. You know what it is
ending
for
a
me?
youth's life.
Listening to it,
But
yeah.
I
This is
feel
how
what
it
you're
sounds
saying,
to me.
Motion.
Yeah.
I hear what they're saying, you know, but hear what I'm saying in motion. Because if we do that, go with your thing, yeah, and then eventually, remember, we're still in England, isn't it? We're still trying to do this thing in England. Then the police are going to come and take out that pioneer of our community for teaching the one that was rotten a lesson.
Why?
So now we're still at a loss.
Why?
Because
You
we're
know
still
what?
in this country.
You know what? You know what, Lady D? One day I
Yeah.
did watch a film, you know. I did watch a film. It's an old school film, you know. Rated with Patrick Swayze and them man there. Zine. And you see at the end, they kill off the bad guy, right? You see when the police come, nobody said a word. Them just say, yo, I saw you find it.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear that.
You talk about Roadhouse, and
Roadhouse, and them, you didn't watch it?
And them do martial arts and them bad up the man, them, yeah, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is the ticket, right? You have to understand there's levels in it. If you want to go and be the justice, you have to make sure your justice is protected in it. So you got a certain set of people that's exacting justice, and you're gonna keep it quiet because you know, says the people them that they're taking out is for the best for the community, right? That's the different thing. But that's the levels you have to go for any kind of thing to work. I'm sorry. We can't go out there and march. We can't go out there and kumbaya. We can't do none of that. None of it ain't working. It hasn't been working and it isn't working.
Yeah, bruv. Listen, I just seen a video, yeah, of them setting a dog on Mist, yeah, one of the rappers. Bruv, for real, we need to take out the police, bruv, because they ain't on our side, man. Fam, they're gonna be treating our youths like shit, bruv. I just had to get reminded a minute ago by seeing a video that it happens to bare black men probably how much in time a week where the police are just set on us. I don't know. I take back what I've said then. I can't endorse the police, man. I can't, nah, bruv. Because I feel like they're gonna end up treating our youths them worse than how we're treating them.
What they do,
than how they're getting treated.
What they do,
I don't know.
They've shown us that they do. This is the thing, right? So people don't want the police to be involved, but how are you gonna police your community and get safe?
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know. I'm in the middle still. I don't know where. I'm in the middle still.
No, the same men you're asking to do it. Yeah, you've got to reach some level of understanding with them that they are now the authority, or they are now the, to replace that police feel. You know what I mean? They should be. Should have been like that.
All right, but check this, Baku, yeah? Check this. I mean, no. Any man from the roadside that has the capacity to do what's needed to be done will already be what?
Probably incarcerated.
Already be either been incarcerated or still on something, and he can't left the game because it's head back gone. You understand me? That this is the levels in it. It's a date, bruv. It's a shit situation. And listen, pause on this saying. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
But if we're training them to be security, giving them that mindset that you're more than what you was before. And I said to Lady D, if we do take things out of our hands, the community must pay for the family. So if we go pen, right, the community has to pay the family, right? That's done the deed that people don't want to do. You see, we don't want to pay each other.
Sorry, the criminal's family.
No.
Victim.
He's saying like,
yeah. Right? We're going to take out the murderers and that, right? The police are going to lock them up.
Yeah.
So the black community must pay for, right, the family of the member who's taken out the murderer and that. That's how it needs to be.
Okay.
So if he's locked up, he's looked after. His family, his mom, etc. You understand? And the victim, right, who has been killed, the perpetrator must pay for the perpetrator's family. Sorry, must pay for the funeral. You see, we have to take it back.
Yeah, that's our culture as well. Yeah. Got to pay the blood money for that.
You've done that.
Yeah.
You have to pay for that.
It's called blood money.
But brother, all of these things, right? I look at it like this, right? Which of these things are actually a deterrent? Because listen to this, right? This is the way I see it. Yeah. You got policing with guns all over the world, yeah? Some of the highest crime rates, we're looking at America, Jamaica, South Africa. Yeah? Like, bro, they got straps. They do their thing. You get me? It don't stop the gangsters from doing their thing, right? So what's the deterrent there? You got prison. Man, I got the death penalty in certain places. It don't stop doing their thing. So what is it? Right. So what is it? What is it that's innate in people right now? Yeah, for them to be able to just go out and do these things.
Do you think these are just symptoms? They're not the root issue. That's the problem.
Yes, they're symptoms. But what are they symptoms of?
Of the environment. So you need to change, just like what they did in Glasgow. Didn't they invest into like hospitals, education, healthcare?
Is it just the environment? Because what happens if you can show 70% of people from the same environment doing well?
And the mindset of the people, and mindset as well, 100%. So it's so complicated. I'm telling you, it's
no, people don't realize, isn't it? This is indoctrinated. Yeah, listen, when you're a young man and you know that your dad was a bad man, and no one couldn't chat to him, and that's your rascal hero.
Yeah, I get you.
With little bits of them elements.
It's human nature, innit?
Yeah, right. So it stems from the tales and stuff like that we tell our children, and the way that we bring them, and the things that we show them.
Yeah,
that's where it starts from. Yeah, listen, I got 2 little cousins. Yeah, and you see, before I moved out these ways, my cousin used to tell me all the time, yo, she's forever asking her baby father to chat to her son. But because he's a little road man, he wasn't chatting to nobody. Yeah, now the youth's in prison. You get me? Like, these are the things that we as well, as mandem, are reneging on. We're sitting there talking about phone G-line. No, why are we phoning Your G-line should be at home. Your baby mother, your wife, whoever it is, should be able to call you and say, yo, listen, your son, if you're not with them, your son is misbehaving. And you're supposed to go and pick up yourself, no matter what the rascal you're doing,
and get your child.
And give your son a reasoning. That's it.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that one.
That's it. These are the behavior we're seeing now are symptoms of the lack of that shit. The lack of telling your son, yo, hey boy, don't make me here catch up with them fucker, you know. Come on, yo.
From day dot, innit? Not later when the shit goes left.
Man?
From the beginning, install that into them. Yeah.
What happened to you before my daughter go out, you know, because she like me, you know, she bright and fierce. Before she go out, I'm tell her, yo, listen, behave yourself in that.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, you see that more they keep it storm. Yeah, I don't want no friggery out a road. Trust me, like we have to be doing everything there. Yeah. When I was growing up, listen, when I was in jail, you know, when my brother said to me, brother, so sister going on with the thing on the road and that, and she's gonna break up some girl. I said, bro, what did you do? He said, brother, I had to stop that, bro. I said, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know your brother wouldn't like you being seen on the road like that. Loud that.
Exactly.
Yeah. We have to make sure that we're telling our brethren them too. Brethren, if you see my youth a road or go on with anything in that, make sure you tell him.
Yeah, you got to reprimand children like of your.
Come on, I'm on that.
That's the village thing. The village thing that everybody cries out for. That is it.
Yeah, that's the village. That's how you police your community.
Everyone cries out for. Yeah.
Listen, you know how much of the bad man then when I was younger, yeah? Used to see me and say, yo, Motion, you still play football? That's all they used to ask me. You still playing ball, fam? You still playing ball?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because man didn't want to see me on no foolishness. Yeah? Those are the risks that even if you're on certain behaviors and you see a youth with talent, push him in his talent.
Yeah. You know, we had that in Bridge, growing up, we used to have I remember these 2 coaches that used to come into our primary schools. There was 2 main primary schools in it. And they used to come in and get the boys them that were acting out in class and that, and they used to put them in the field and make them just kick ball. And I think that was a way of them releasing the frustration. And that's the kind of things I'm talking about. Like, if you can see the youths them are, give them another avenue to channel that energy.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. Back to the workshops thing now, because it's not hard. You hire a community center. See, you find a DJ. You find self-employed people. That's all you need to do is find self-employed people. Yeah.
Willing to give up some time, a little bit of time.
It takes 6 hours. 6 hours. We're gonna hire at the hall for 6 hours. We're gonna have 20 different businesses, 10 different businesses, whatever. For you to come and look at and say, listen, this is what you can do. This is what you could start off with. I went here. I've gone and done them myself. I've traveled to Wolverhampton, Coventry. I've done it at 2 in football club. I did it at Carsh. I've done it at a few places myself.
And if you're self-employed as well, you can do like shadowing or work experience. You know what I mean? Come check me for a day, what I do. Do you know? So the children get a sense of different industries and fields of work.
You got to and you got to sell them the money. Yeah, because this is the thing, innit? When I tell you, listen, what Christmas, New Year, you can get paid all £800-900 a grand. They're saying what for? What playing music? And you love music, right? You understand me? And you love music. So when you become a DJ, look, the equipment's cheap to start. Now it's just laptop and a little mixing desk, and you're good to go to start off with. Yeah, those little things.
You can watch everything online now as well.
But this is the thing, innit? It's options. You see, when I was young, I didn't think I had options. That's why I went the way that I went, because I didn't think I had options. It's when I got older and I realized I had options. So we have to now take what we didn't learn, you know, and actually bring that knowledge to the youngsters and show them all. Because remember, we're the first generation to step up and be like, kind of like, yo, listen, I don't have to work for the man, like on maths. Right? So if we're not imparting that knowledge onto the youth, we're missing the trick.
That's a fact.
That's facts. I agree with everything.
You know what I'm saying? So there's loads of education.
But you got the ad pack, which not a lot of us sign up to, and you got the Manual Academy. You can use these blueprints and start something small.
You know, the thing is though, the thing is, you see, the thing is though,
Kel, we need the Manhood Academy in all pockets, in all communities.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Each community should have their own little set of events,
right?
Like
we need them in all pockets,
using their little centers.
Right.
Listen. Someone taught me something the other day. Someone taught me something the other day, and it was about my energy levels, and how I used to get into trouble as a youth, man, because I was high energy, So I could just literally, if I get bored, that's it. I'm finding something to do, and it could be bad. And you know what I learned? It's not classed as being. I don't class it as being impulsive. I class it as not having the avenues, right? And only looking to what I wanted to do. You get what I felt might satisfy me at that time. You get me? Yeah. There was no foresight. There was no looking ahead. No looking at the effects. None of that. We don't teach our youth. We don't teach our youth that. One of the lowest crime countries in the world, they teach their youth that from primary school. They teach their youth them cognitive behavioral therapy from youth, man.
And they give them a lot of responsibility. I know in Japan, they even hire people in schools, like the dinner ladies, the kids, the people cleaning it are the kids. They just do it in groups, and they recognize, there's this much effort being put into your school, so they have more respect for it. They run the school, basically. Kids run the school.
It's a craziness. There's loads of things we're not teaching them.
They don't have crime.
We're not teaching them. We need to teach them how to deal with rejection, how to deal with positive. Listen, the biggest example I ever see was I sat in a room and I heard them giving everybody compliments and negatives, right? And it always started with the negatives. And you see, when it was negatives, everybody was just cool. Everybody was cool hearing negatives. Certain man, your skin teeth, You see, when a man start telling man, yo, bruv, you know what, the other day, you really helped me out. You know, I was going through something and you did give me a talk and
Awkward.
Man, awkward.
Awkward, yeah, it's so true.
Awkward to hear positive.
Because you're not used to it, bro. Your brain's just registered to just hear negative. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we have to understand how we're dealing with things, man. If you don't hear nothing, if you don't hear nothing serious from me else today, because you know me, I like my job. Just listen to that. You get me? Teach your children how to have a communicate, how to express themselves. You get me? You know how much time I told my daughter, listen, go sit down in your room, yeah, chill out, and think about how you're going to the situation.
Yeah. Don't forget the emotion. This is not like behavior you're born with. You have to learn it. A lot of quote unquote successful people from these families that have nepotism, they do that around their kids so much. Their kids adopt that, like they're doing business around their kids, they're doing dinner parties around their kids. Their kids learn the behavior by watching. If we don't show them, how the hell are they gonna know? They're just not gonna wake up and know.
That's right.
So I completely agree with everything you just said.
That's right. And we have to make time. We have to make time. Listen.
Yeah.
Never let yourself say that you don't have time or that you're tired. Yeah. After what we've arrived from, yeah, historically, what we've gone through. Yeah. Never let yourself say you're tired. You're too tired to do 10 more minutes, to do 20 more minutes. Because here's the joke, that 10 and 20 more minutes today. You see when you're back and you can't walk, that said fundamental that you implanted, they'll be looking after you. You ain't be looking at no care home.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget, bro, it's just how you prioritize and how you schedule your days. Like everybody's got time, but I don't think a lot of us have vision boards. We don't schedule. We don't have 3-year plans, 4-year plans. We don't make plans. We just sort of just do whatever, wake up and just do whatever. Like, let's just get through the day. But that's the wrong mindset. You need to have, right? You know, on Saturday mornings, we're going to sit down with the kids and we're going to do X, Y, Z. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Routine.
We're going to have dinner and we're going to discuss everything that happened that day. Like, you need to be up to date with what the hell's happening with your kids and notice nuances. Like,
listen,
even
routine.
If it's Sunday dinner or, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be
routine is one of the greatest shapers of children. Right? Routine, consistency from young. Yeah. From young, before they can even crawl, routine is serious, yeah? Here's the joke. You're going to have your routine. You're going to then put a system that's going to break the routine and put their routine on them. Why would you be lazy to sit back and let that happen?
That's true.
Without breaking that routine with your own routine. Your own naturalness. It's crazy. Yeah, we become lazy.
Big changes, bro. It's not really like you change. Something small as, for example, you give your kids pocket money on a Friday. You might give them like £3. Teach them. You know what? You've got £3. You've got to split that 3 ways. £1 you use, £1 you put in your savings, and I don't know, £1 you give it to mum because you've got bills to pay. If you do that from young, when you do it with £30, when you do it with £300, they've built a habit, financial habits. Money's not going to solve things. You need to give these kids habits. They need to learn habits that last a long time. You can start from down in primary school. There's a £3. You better not use all the money in one place. They won't do that when they get £3 or £300.
I believe
you know what I mean?
You can bring the influence of the manhood academy in your yard because your house is an institution. I think it's too much excuses, brother Motion, and the rest.
What's
of
the academy, Kate?
What excuses? There ain't no excuses, bro. I'm just letting you know, bro. We cannot externalize. You cannot listen, brother. The minute you start to externalize something, yeah, right? When that collapses or you don't have it there, right? You have something to blame for your downfall. I'm saying, yeah, do not externalize none of your healing. All of your healing should be internal, done by you.
And your family is fully, you're accountable for your own family.
If there are organizations like the ACPAC and Manhood Academy, right, where like parents could use that blueprint and bring in the house, even though there's only one of the institutions and that, why are we making excuses for that?
Because again, Kale, when people fail, somebody will turn around and say, well, it's not my plan. See, so let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you from because obviously you know I worked in fitness, right? And I studied sports psychology and them thing there. And one of the main things I realized, Jay, is when I give someone an exercise plan and I don't get no feedback from them as to what they like, I don't put nothing that they like in there. I put all the stuff they hate, and you see when they don't lose weight, and I look at the plan. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. They're gonna look at me and say, listen, I told you I didn't like this and I don't eat that and I don't boom, boom, boom. So I just wasn't feeling it. So you give them what they like. Yeah. You let them set their routine. How many times do you reckon you can get in and train? Yeah, about 3 times. You sure? Yeah, about 3 times. Okay, cool. Boom, I put down 3 because you've committed to 3. There's nothing external. There's nothing that I said. Yeah. This is what I'm trying to show you. Yeah, we need to not. Yes, you can take some of the teachings, but you must take some of those teachings and put them into your way.
That's what that's what I said. The AdPack and the Manhood Academy is a solid code that you can apply wherever you are. So even if you don't apply it, you can't blame that particular curriculum that you're not submitting to bring out the best interests of your family.
But the curriculum might not work for every child, right? Or is it what is this curriculum?
No. It's not so much it can't work. It's to do with the parents. Because at the end of the day, right, people are saying that there's not a lot of institutions, right? Because we're not collectively doing things together. If there is a few, you must have the discipline to bring that, right? Understand your child and implement it. For example, the Saturday schools. Some of us didn't have our parents around, you know what I mean? But when we went to the Saturday schools, they brought that kind of curriculum. You could bring that into the yard. Some of our parents, you know, they were lacking, but that institution of them knowing they'll bring it back in the yard, even though they were lacking. So I think it's just an excuse, man. You can bring things back home if you discipline and you want to change. You know what I mean? We're not always going to have all the institutions. It's always been that way, unless we put our
I think people just need to recognize what, for example, I don't know, Motion plays rugby or whatever. If you have a child who's interested in rugby, approach Motion, like, you're not gonna have a sit down, my child's interested in this. You have to take the initiative to go and chase things for your own kids.
That's
and
right.
Not wait for an institution, not wait for, I don't know if Maku does barbering. My child might be interested in that. Yo, Maku, you're into this industry. How do you get in? What does my child need? Do I need to set things up for them? Do you know what I mean? You have to take the initiative to do that. I think once you rely on institutes, you get a bit lazy and then you sort of bit relaxed.
Right. One of the keys to being successful in life and also to mastering your own mind is to knowing who to ask for help and when to ask for help. Do you understand me? So what sister's saying is right, totally. Know when to ask and know who to ask, and don't be, listen. That's the other world. We've become almost like the British English in this mindset. We now look down on certain jobs that pay well, that pay bloody well. You understand? When? Why? How? Our grandparents didn't do that.
100%, I agree with that. Don't be shy to ask, man. If their child's interested in something, stop pushing them into maths and science. If they're not into that, if they're good at other things, then push them into what they're good at. You'll just get further in life, and they're not going to be as frustrated.
So putting them into things that are not going to benefit the black community, that is a solution.
Pardon?
Putting them into things that's not going to benefit the black community, that's a solution.
What's not going to benefit?
For me, the community is not, your child is your child. You know your child and what they're good at. You can read your child. So if my child is good at tennis, but they're shit at maths, I'm not going to push them to do maths and kill them over maths. I'm going to try and find a way where we can utilize this passion and this skill they have and then push them towards that. Because if they like something, they're more motivated to do it. So every parent assess your child. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
for you to assess your child.
It's essential for a community. You know what I mean? You need maths. You need certain languages. You need to know how to weld, engineer. You need these are the things that runs the world, man. So if your child is lacking in that, I agree you have to use wisdom, but you can't push them into things that's not going to be like art. That's what I'm saying, and all this about space and all this moon thing and that ain't going to benefit the black community. We don't need to go.
Yeah, but Kale, wait. I'm sorry.
Are we doing it for the community or the child?
One second. One second, Sarah. Let me just because I wanted to question this, and this is why. Yeah, we lose. Yeah, a lot of support in a lot of things because we can teach young men how to be black without restricting them in their passions and their dreams, right? Can we not? So you're saying what's not benefiting the community? I'm sorry, have a successful footballer that turns around and says, "Do you know what? I'm gonna play for Jamaica. I could play for this country or that country, but I'm gonna play for Jamaica because of what I've been brought up with." Right, but still be a world-class top footballer, yeah, and then use my wealth and my status to help my community. What are you talking about? The community can be helped in many different ways, brother.
They could do coaching if they do football. If they do art, you could do sessions, workshops, and art teacher.
Well, you cannot take someone that's not good at maths and push them into maths, bruv, because you feel it benefits the community. Because when you get someone that fails at that maths, he's no benefit to the community.
The way how it goes is we need our sons and daughters who understand the trade jobs. You see what I'm saying? Lorry drivers for logistics, so they can take out the country as well as in the. These are the things that's important, brother. All these sports and all these things, right? With the exception of gym and the personal trade, because you do need to understand anatomy of the body, etc. Like that's a trade in itself. But the football and all these things, bro, we don't need footballers, basketballs, and all that, bro. We need things that's going to benefit the community. You understand? Logistics.
Are you trying to build a utopia, or are we doing things that actually, or are we trying to create a pretty picture? Like what?
No, we're benefiting the community. When I was at school and that, right?
Yeah.
I understood, right? Maths, English, science, right? When I left, I got my class 1, and then I got my security, etc. and that, right? Enough of my family, Afro-Caribbeans, etc. and that, right? That's how it was. I got relatives that got their own electrical plumbing business.
No, I agree. They need basic maths, English, and science.
Like they need even just myself. It's black people as a whole. So we need to kind of put all that together and push the youth, because you know what? This will help you to sustain money, etc. But the football thing and that, they're not all gonna make it, King, Queen. They're not all gonna make it.
No, I hear you. I completely hear you. But I feel like if you stifle passions, they shut off. Do you know what I mean? And we don't live in a society where we've got if you're back home, I get it. You've got more power and more autonomy over your families, and maybe you can apply these pressures. This is not an environment you can apply those pressures on these children. They will go to rebel, and then you're done for.
Listen. I'm saying this to man now, innit? I'm letting man know. As a man that plays sports, right, and has always played sports, right, different sports, yeah, to the solo from athletics, yeah, to playing team sports in football and rugby, and I'm saying to you, bro, yeah, number one, they're a form of discipline. They're a form of discipline, yeah, and if you feel like they're not, then mate, you don't. I don't think you understand what it takes, the commitment, right? To go and play a sport week in, week out when you don't get paid or whatever, right? Or when you've got knocks and injuries and you go out and you play. Like, bro, I don't think you understand. And this is teaching people about commitment. To then turn it off, right? You see young people all the time in a sport like rugby that play rugby week in, week out, yeah, and they learn to fight hard, but to be sportsmen at the end, bro. There's lots of things that you can learn from different guys. It's the same as martial arts. They're disciplines, bro, and it takes discipline and it takes commitment. You get me?
And don't forget, Motion. Once they're disciplined in one thing, it's easy to teach them to be disciplined in other things.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry,
I
Kale.
agree with the martial arts and that, because as I said, you know what I mean, enough of us in the community, we are very versed with martial arts, because we do need to put the football thing in that. I'll never understand that. You're supposed to learn martial arts to protect the community. You understand? The black woman, etc. That's what we did. And I know it's the same thing in London. A lot of our elders learn karate, learn taekwondo, Wing Chun, and all them things to protect the community. You know what I'm saying? And when we're dealing with Birmingham, as you that will know, Hockley flyover and that, the Muhammad Ali Center, enough of our uncles were teaching martial arts to protect the community and that. You understand? That's what's important. You know what I mean? So they don't have to deal with knives all the time. They can just disarm, etc. But the
but that's not Birmingham's not the only place that's happened, bro. My own uncles and everything, but like so, like I get you, bro. But what I'm saying to you is you can't restrict it to martial arts, because again, some people don't have that in them. You have to understand the nature of people as well is different, innit? You understand me? I enjoyed going in and fucking kicking someone in the face, bro. I enjoyed it. There's a difference. Do you understand me? I used to stand there and like goad the person in, come, and fight. So like that was me. I enjoyed that shit.
Other people are not on that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I used to sit down there
Everyone's safe.
right. I used to sit down there and actually hope for a good fight. Like, yeah, someone punch me in my face and cut my eye and boom, boom. Like, I used to hope for that shit. Not everybody has that mentality, bro. Not everybody. And what I'm saying to you is, bro, the people with that mentality, it's better for you them to allow them to push it into the whatever's going to benefit them, because if that mentality is not checked and given its avenues, to get rid of, bro, you end up with it internalized and it's being self-destructive, bro. Like, this is the whole thing we're trying to avoid.
You're learning the discipline though, Mosh, right? If you're learning, for example, when we learned martial arts, etc., right, we were taught at a young age, you use this to protect the black community. You see, when that's instilled, so when the police are attacking us, you see what I'm saying? Or other non-African people and that, right? It's instilled into us, oh, the community's under attack, go and protect them and that. You see, this is the difference. You not use martial arts to go and bully people and bad up a man. No, protect the community. And that's
no, but Kel, you don't need martial arts to protect the community. There's a lot of people I know that have never done martial arts or boxing, and they'll still take your life over their people or their space or their property or whatever. You don't need. It's an innate thing to protect your own. It should be in and within you. Like, I don't get it.
I think you missed the point that I gave him, bro. The point I made about it, loving it, is not about bullying people on the road. It's about being in competition, and loving that thing. And I'm saying not everybody enjoys that. Do you get me? And the only way you're going to test your martial art is in practice, bro. Yeah, in competition, bro. Against somebody that is trying to actually hurt you, bro. Yeah, I don't know what type of martial arts you thinking people are practicing out here, but where I come from, we practice and we train as if someone's trying to kick your fucking head off, bro.
Right, but it's not just competitions, brother. It's street fighting as well, and that's what I'm saying. You see, we're not just dealing with the competitions. That's trophies. We're talking about street fighting, knowing how to disarm, and I believe black men do need to learn when it comes to Wing Chun and African martial art to protect the community, bro. You need that. Trophies and that, you get competition, you get a trophy, you go. No, we're talking about when it comes to unarmed combat. And I have to disagree with Son Sister Sarah in that you need political signs and military signs to govern a community. All communities understand that.
So bro, wait. You're saying that
you have to do martial arts to protect.
Wait. These young men that are killing each other, or killing innocent people, we need to go and teach them martial arts as well as them prepared to use a zombie.
Brother, what I'm saying is, brother, all due respect, those who are going to secure the community, they need to know how to disarm, etc. And that. You see what I'm saying? And that they need to know these things. You know,
so how many? What percentage of people do you think are there when these things are happening? It will always be, like, for the most part, a reactionary thing when we're talking about these people getting stabbed and killed. Like, it takes time for people to get there, and like I said to you, we're not teaching the world, because again, there's a thing called heart, bruv, and whether you're cut out for something. Now, as somebody that's a first aider, bruv, I've been in situations where my colleagues are frozen. I actually said, boy, thank God you was there, bro. We've all got the same training. We've all got the same training.
It's in you, bro. It's in your spirit. It's inside of you.
I don't know if you were there in the beginning, all due respect to that. We were talking about, right, the black man, right, who understands security, etc., that the black community pays the black community to secure the area. So you have some security at the shops, some security at the parks, etc., and that, right? The places what needs to be secured, even at the shops, right? We can keep an eye on, and those who are affiliated, you see, they will get the word, oh, this is going on, and we can tackle it. That's what I'm referring to, right? Putting us in positions, in motion, right, to limit certain crime. That requires money, but at the same time, you do need to know how to disarm perpetrators, etc. You cannot just go into the world and not know how to fight. You know what I'm saying? That don't
But a
make
lot of these kids don't want to get caught though. They're not going to come to you in broad daylight in kind of a place where there's security. They're trying not to get caught. Do you know what I mean?
And brother, like I said, I'm gonna bring it to my point. It's not everybody that has it in them to turn around and say, I'm going to disarm this person, right? So it has to be willing people, right? It has to be people that are going to be highly skilled and highly trained, right? On top of that, right? So you're going to be paying for training, you're going to be paying for all kinds of stuff like that, right? Which is fine. If that's what people want to do, that is fine. That is totally fine. But understand this. It could just get worse. It could just get worse. And people, listen, bro. You know, bro. Man's part of the generation 2000, 2001, 2002, where man them was saying, yo, listen, man ain't holding no arrest, man. Man ain't holding no arrest. People were clapping after the feds, bro, to get about what we doing, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you forget the element of criminality that's there, yeah, and the depth and the way that
and get weapons.
like,
They don't
you forget the way that people will go about their thing to get to do their criminality, bro. Like, what? Oh, you forget these things.
We know this, brother, that there are other weapons. What I'm saying is securing the community, brother. That's all I'm saying. And it requires legal as well as understanding on our combat. You know what I mean? And for those in the comment, that then it's not in a man's nature. It's supposed to be in a man's nature, especially when he has eloped with a woman, that he must protect the family. If you're a man and you don't have that in you and that, you shouldn't even be with the woman. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to.
Bro, that's just stupidness. That's just
Kale,
stupid.
you know, like in the rest of the world where there's no police system, nobody's trained to protect their family. Do you know what happens? If someone walks into my property now and I make some noise, any man is going to step in, and it takes heart. You don't need to be martial art trained. If I'm getting hurt in the street, your neighbor will step in, and that's how it should be. And be like, yo, what are you doing? You don't need to be martial art trained for that. Or have a license.
You're not understanding, because at the end of the day, you need to know
Everyone's
how to disarm. Correct. If we're doing a movement where we're teaching black men to secure the community, right, it has to be done in a certain way, because people keep talking about the government, right? When the government says, oh, do you know this, you know that, at least you can back it up. And those who are going to do behind doors, then we know what we need to do to advocate them. You still have to be licensed with certain things if you have a movement protecting the black community.
Well, who?
The man's going to step in, but you still need to know what to do.
Do you think they'll give you free range like that though, Kale? Or are they going to say, okay, catch the criminal and give it to us, or give him to us?
Who are you protecting them from? Who are you protecting them from? The road man, them.
The road man, them. The black woman, all that there, because in case we didn't notice that the community is under attack by our own people, them.
So we're gonna have the Black Man Academy against the Road Man, them. Beef. That's gonna be the new beef on the streets. Yeah, but it's gonna be beef on the streets, bro.
It's already beef anyway, and that.
And you're going to create some grown man versus young man beef.
Yeah,
brother, it's not no road man versus. It's not nothing like that. It's securing the black community. You understand? It's not no beef. It's already beef.
Right,
anyway,
but you know to make.
You're involving people that weren't originally involved, because initially it was.
Wait there, Sarah. I'm gonna be like unique. To make an omelet, you gotta crack a couple eggs.
We know what that means.
Unique, man. You're never gonna let that go, are you?
Shit.
No, I don't know, man. I don't think we should escalate it to that situation, because at the moment it's the issue isn't the youth. The issue is, why are these youth killing each other? Like in Glasgow, they implemented things where they started funding healthcare, started putting up community centers, youth centers, putting money into education, started stepping up support for children who were slacking or like not doing really well in school. Immediately the crime rates dropped. Why did they put all these holistic solutions? Why did they start using these holistic solutions? Because they were white kids. We need to demand those same holistic solutions.
What you fail to realize is that the man the elders are going to have to take back the streets. This is something that we're not understanding, because our youth do not have no more respect because the elders haven't created things for them. In the 70s and 60s and that, right, there was an issue in the UK. And there was the Yardies versus the British, what they like to say, call us Yardies, right? Do you know what the British Yardies had to do? They had to take out the Yardies them, right, in order to regulate things. In all war, regardless if you like it or not, you have to take back, right? Some of our youth, they're going to be on board, some of them are not, but the elders must take back the streets. That's something that is guaranteed to limit.
So what do we do with the ones who are not on board? Like, what do we do with them? So they're not on board. They're like, listen, old man, don't tell me what to do. What are we doing?
It's beef. It's beef.
Come on, man. You're not going to tell no young guy, some old guy's going to come and tell him, yo, you can't work here no more. You can't make your money no more.
And this is what I'm saying.
Everybody's going to die then.
That's I say we're not serious on that. This I say it's talk, because it already is beef. That's what you're not understanding. It's
no,
beef.
But who put them in those scenarios, though?
Hold on.
Why are you punishing kids for their environment?
Hold on. It's beef when our kids are getting killed. It's beef when people are getting hurt. Beef already. So what?
Are you going to match the energy?
Regulate the beef. Who's talking about matching energy? Because that's how I was talking about. We're talking about securing the community. On about matching energy and that. Securing the community. The leader.
This is why I said at the beginning, though, when I first said it, I said you're gonna have to go to certain levels, bro, and you're gonna have to have people that are prepared to go to certain levels. That is the reality of it, bro.
That is true, and I don't disagree with that. I've never, since I've come on the panel, I've never disagreed with that at all. You know what I'm saying? Our elders did the same thing, right? And those who, you know, a little bit younger than that, we had to fight the police. Do you understand? Someone's got locked up, someone's got away with it. You have to go to levels in order to make.
Do you think that might create a new sort of situation? Because say, for example, there's a young guy who doesn't want to cooperate and whatever, and then he's harmed. Don't you think his people are going to then retaliate? And isn't that going to create like a new cycle?
But that's where collectively, those who are serious about securing the community will know what to do. It's already beef. You see what I'm saying? And that it's beef when people are getting killed innocently, and that's automatically beef. So those who are affiliated and understand security and that, they're gonna have to start the community. We're not expecting.
No, I hear you. This is what I was saying. In my opinion, what would need to happen, what people would be prepared to do. Do you understand me? But yeah,
makes sense though. I get what you're saying.
Because a lot of people talking about shooting the police, etc. Right? A lot of us got relatives, brother Motion, right? I'm not gonna go into who shot after the police and they're doing time today, brother. You see what I'm saying? And that, and they're called mad. But at the end of the day, and that, it's better to go after them than kill each other. Now, people will say that's mad, Kel, you're mad. But when things are getting out of hand and the people like the police and that are pressing us, what do we do? Is it going to be talk or is it going to war and that? And a lot of us have relatives where we've shot after the police or we fight the police and that. You see what I'm saying? And that. And I know I'm coming from that background and that. And a lot of us are coming from that background as well. It's not just Birmingham, it's London, all them places there and that, Bristol, Manchester. So we're going to have to go to beef, unfortunately. And those who are not prepared for that, then you can sit back. But those who are serious about getting the streets back to secure for the black woman, the black man and the family, that we're going to have to go to beef, respectfully.
But then we're gonna have to deal with the PTSD of the man them that have had to go and deal with the beef as well. That's gonna be the next issue.
Maybe.
Did you think about that as well?
No, maybe not. In reality, if men are about their thing, there should be no issue. Well, there's always gonna be issues. I mean, we ain't concerned about our health or our thing. These are our youths. We need to pull them up by the bootstraps and deal with things. You know what I mean? How things are normally done. Because as we say in our day-to-day lives, we don't have interactions with a lot of these agencies. This is not how we run our life. We know they're about. We're aware. We're not gonna bump into them. Sirens. Yeah, but generally, no, we deal with it in-house. Like you got a problem in the family. I've never felt to require the services of any of the government departments that are available. You know what I mean? But the community ones,
like Motion mentioned the same thing as well. Like fathers should just like, if your child's out of pocket, I mean, get your child, man.
Do your job, man.
You're accountable for your bloody child. Get your bloody child.
I don't blame the sisters if they say, "Yo, listen, these men ain't doing their job, and hence why these youths are thing." Because I'm like, all right, that's fair. I can live with that.
And if the dad's useless, maybe the uncle can step in. Like sometimes you have to step in for your people. Yeah.
Right. You gotta look at your own support system and realize what I want.
I agree totally. I agree. Totally. Because I know when I was younger, you know, growing up, even though my dad was in the army, listen, you see if I did act up, like, I'd have to stand up and be on the phone to my dad. I would have to. That was scary. Like, he would make sure he phoned up to say, hey boy, we are dealing. Yeah. Like it's not a joke. Like, and for sometimes, like brothers and sisters, we're both to blame. I'm not gonna put all the blame on the man them or the sisters, but sometimes sisters, you're mad with the baby father, and so you don't tell him in time before when he can actually try and do something, and you tell him when it's too late. And man them, the reason they're doing that is because you're not consistent.
Yeah.
You get me? That's the reality, brother. That's the reality, man. And it's boy, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing still, but you know how the thing said. All a life is a learning experience. There's no handbook to being a man or a woman.
We gonna make our mistakes, definitely. I made mine, man. Trust me.
Everyone has, man. Everyone.
But thank God for being them before they were them. You know.
Thank God for realizing there's people that are still in their age and they still don't realize the mistakes they've made. You know, it's a blessing to realize your mistakes.
Do you know the next thing is though? Do you know the next thing is in my big age that I am now? I say a lot of things that I used to hear my grandparents say, or my pop say. Like, even now, I'm talking like this, and I'm saying to myself, the things that the way that I kind of bounce back from certain things is different to how I would have dealt with it when I was younger.
You feel like you're turning into your grandparents. You literally slowly do though.
But I remember the teachings, right? I remember the things they used to say to me. I remember how they didn't make sense back then, right? Because I was a youth. I never saw the future like that.
Yeah.
You get me? But now as a grown man, even certain things I used to be angry with my pops for, you know, and I then live through it. You get me?
Yeah.
I said, rah. You get me? Rah. Okay. I see.
But that's why they say that you should always just plant seeds because you never know when that plant will grow. Like, don't give up on people. Just plant the seed. It's free, man. Just plant it. Eventually, there's a day that it will just click and be like, oh shit.
But even now, sometimes I think it's good to, like with my oldest son, like I would talk about things like from the past. Do you get what I'm saying? So that we could have that conversation. Do you get what I'm saying to you? And like, not necessarily with his mum, because I don't believe in talking about his mum and all that rubbish. I'm not with that. So I'm kind of like, it might be an ex or something, and he might say, oh, what happened, whatever, and I might talk to him about something and say to him, in like the last one, I will say, oh, bro, I wasn't happy. Don't make yourself be unhappy for no one. Do you know what I'm saying to you? That's where, you know, that's why I'm talking.
You can always do it indirectly. You don't ever have to really give names. You can give scenarios, see how your children react to them scenarios. You know, give them a few gems. Like have conversation basically.
I feel like at the time though, he's like he was 19 at the time. It's like, he's old enough for me to have that conversation.
Okay,
And I'm not the kind of person to talk in a disrespectful way. It like that. You get me? It will be like, oh yeah, she was a cool woman and everything, but just well,
as long as you're balanced when you talk to your kids, talk to your kids. Don't glorify things. I find a lot of people might glorify certain lifestyles, but then you're not telling them the downside. That's what the world is. They glorify fuckery, but then you need to be detailed about the consequences of that as well. Keep it balanced, you know, when you talk to your kids. No one's perfect. Everyone's made mistakes.
Remember, you know, your child is an extension of you and your mindset and your attitudes and everything else. But there's also the other part that we don't understand and we forget. there's that innate part, yeah, where it's just there naturally, where you don't realize, but your child will have so much of your mannerisms, yeah, without you teaching them that. You get me? They will have so much of the way you think or the way. Do you understand me? So much. You get me? That's the memory that comes from your bloodline. You get me? That you forget about. Yeah. So you must understand when you're interacting with your child. You know what? I'll never forget this time. Like, it was my oldest son, yeah, and he did all the little cussing. You get me? He was being a little twerp. So, bought me all the cussing now, but it was food time, innit? I said to my son, "You want some food?" Push up face, innit? Nah. I said to him, "Fam, listen, you're hungry, yeah. I know you're hungry. Yeah, it's not that." I said to him, "You're my son. You're like me. When I'm pissed off, I don't want to eat neither, innit? But you're hungry, yeah. You ain't nothing but your father. You get me? Yeah. Sit down and eat the food." You get what I'm saying? And he sat down and he boxed off the food. And I always remind him of that to let him know, like, you are me. You're an extension of me.
And that's probably why you go hard most of the time, is because you know, innit?
You are the fruit from my tree.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? So I understand what you produce in your mindset. Like, it's crazy the way that I think about things, yeah. But this is how you have to understand your children. They are your fruit.
Ultimately, they're fully your responsibility, man. At the end of the
Crazy.
day, you like it or not. Yeah.
Crazy. Understand it. Don't sit down there and say, "Oh, you just owing a tantrum." Listen, you've been holding tantrums for your 30 odd years of existence, you bitch. And you're just talking about it's just tantrum. You moving like you.
It's so true. My kids mimic you so much. Like, you don't realize how many little nuances they notice and they don't say anything. I swear to God. Kids are sponges, man. They just take everything in. Body language, behavior, how you deal with situations, your reactions, and they just imitate you.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And you see it, and you listen, you see it from they start expressing themselves as a baby before they can even talk. That's when you see it. I see it now in my little baby girl. I see it now, and I just literally sit down and I just say to her, "Listen, behave yourself."
Stubbornness, little things like that, you know, like that's your child.
Get your child. You just like, you're just like me there, innit?
Yeah, that's your child.
You get what I'm saying? You get me? Yeah,
that's your dad's child, or that's the mum's
yeah,
child.
I'm happy to keep my eye on this part here. You get me? Yeah.
I'm getting your little child, man.
It's crazy. But we forget these things, man, when we're parenting, man. Never forget them. They're important parts of parenting. You get me?
And give them the space to make mistakes, man. Kids are gonna make mistakes. Like, let's stop pretending like they're these angels that never. Come on, man. They're gonna make mistakes. We just gotta be ready to deal with mistakes when they occur and deal with them properly.
Yeah,
it, man.
Listen.
For sure, but then there's mistakes and there's mistakes. So
you might get a cuff for those mistakes.
No, I mean I mean, for me, the mistakes that we want to be trying to avoid is the mistakes where they end up where they're ending up in jail, prison, or dead.
Right. So right. So you see that same example there? I had to face that example with my eldest boy. And you know what I said to him? I said to him, "Look me in my face. If you even think about it, me, I go back out prison for fuck you up out here." Yeah, that's what I said to him straight. Yeah, if it's me or you, I will go prison for fucking you up if you think you're some bad man or road. Yeah.
But that's why it's so important. Well, I mean, all you're doing there is just underpinning the importance of, you understand what I'm saying to you, daddy in the building. And if not daddy in the building, a man that he respects in the building. And I don't even mean in the yard, you get me? I just mean around. So yeah, definitely, man. Listen, as females, we, like I've been saying in my show, right? If it's a one where, not even if, mandem are saying that women can't raise boys, which is calm, you get me? So that just means that the mandem need to get on job.
That's right.
It's as simple as that.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying to you? As women, we ain't got no problem with that.
And I agree with both of them statements. I agree. A woman can't raise a man on her own.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will add that caveat on her own.
On her own, yeah.
There'll always be a deficiency, 100%.
They can, but it's a different generation. I think the women that can do that are not necessarily in the generation we're talking about.
Yeah, but again, the women that could do that, exactly, the women that could do that didn't do it on their own. That's what I'm trying to say. You know how much times I got cuffed by my uncles?
Yeah, uncles were there to beat you
for something 2 weeks ago.
You're right.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I'm happy as Larry now. I done tech me.
And Matthew, don't forget, parents weren't as micromanaged as they are now. Like, kids are being trained to snitch on parents.
Yeah,
like, you can't even shout at your kid and it's called emotional abuse. Our
that's
parents
the
are
next thing, you know. It's not even a joke.
spanking was even allowed back then. Like, everything
But
was allowed.
listen, this is from early mid-90s. I remember my cousin got a wood ups. My cousin did get a wood up in, yeah.
Yeah, he always get beat in school. Like,
yeah,
everyone knows how to
everyone knows how to hold a slap.
I still use that one, Unique. Trust me, I use that one. Trust me. It's a little bit psychological, but
every ethnic household uses that line.
Yo, listen, she owed a wood up in, yeah, and she started talking about she gonna call child line. Hear what the response was? We got a double wood up in.
No, but you know what? They teach it in assembly. They learn the number in assembly. They have to recite it every assembly in a lot of schools. If you're worried in the weekends and you have no one to speak to, remember the child line number. You can call child line. So emotional abuse. If someone shouts at you, if your son decides he wants to be a girl and you tell him you don't want to be a girl, that's considered abuse.
Listen.
So it's harder for our parents, man, for parents today. But I rate any parent functioning. It's so hard. It's so hard. You're being micromanaged to a different degree.
Do you know what though, Sarah? I'm gonna say yes and no. It is difficult, right? But I'll tell you what is difficult to do. It's difficult to be consistent, right? Now, I'm a man. I always had big dog, yeah, and I'm talking mastiff, them kind of dog. There, you get me, yeah. Them kind of dog that are like this, and I see them like children in this sense. You see, if you give them an inch, them take a yard.
Yeah.
You see, the minute you let up on the fundamentals, yeah, the fundamentals gone, yeah. I'm saying it's the same way you have to be with your children. You understand me? Yeah. Anytime you break those fundamentals, you have to make sure you bring them back into place as soon as possible. Now, the breaking those fundamentals might be for a party, a family occasion, whatever, right? But you must make sure you bring them back in,
nip it in the bud,
as soon as possible. Yeah, the breaking.
You can tell the kids that have that discipline because they're very like when they get in trouble, they can catch themselves and.
Right, and these are the things.
Other kids have no control of themselves. Yeah, you can tell.
These are the. I tell you, one of the reasons why they left this girl, right? Because every time the youth Rascal play up, she just give him Rascal iPad for sit down. Yeah. And you see me's a man, me say, yo, listen, I take that blow all about your play, but you not go to bed when you get telephone.
You pay for it later. You don't pay for it at the moment. Later, you pay for that. You pay for it.
I come back from work and say, yo, I say you never listen to mommy. iPad, that gone.
You know what? Yeah, but I rate the dads. Dads have a different, or maybe it's the aura. Kids know themselves. As soon as the door, they hear the key hit that door, something in their energy changes, man.
They know. Right.
They know.
As a man,
running around and scurrying and quiet.
Yeah.
What the hell?
As a man, you're supposed to use that to your advantage whilst you can.
Yeah.
You're supposed to use that and instill what you're supposed to instill. Don't make your youth sit down there and run up his youth to his mum. And you don't pull up. No, what you talk to? Yeah, straight. That's the first thing.
That's true. You know, who are you?
And you must present a united front, whether you agree with the mother or not. You must present you must not allow them to play you up against each other.
So they don't try to manipulate that. Yeah. Kids know. They will know when to manipulate these things.
Anytime my daughter ring me and I say, what did your mum say? Well, listen.
Yeah.
Until further notice, it has to be what your mum says.
I'll speak to mum first, kind of thing.
Yeah, but I will speak to her, right, and we'll see what we can agree to. But it has to be that you cannot allow yourself no matter what the situation, to present a different front. You cannot, man.
Yeah. And
Trust
don't forget,
me,
there's a lot of people that want to fill that void of being authorities over your children. You got to allow the father to be the authority. Like, you want a club, go call your dad, ask him. Do you want to do this? Go call your dad. Even if it's the silliest thing, once they get used to that, without asking you, they will seek permission from their father, who should be their authority.
I'll tell you what else he must do as well. I'll tell you what else he must do.
Yeah.
And I learned this from my son playing football.
Mm.
You yourself must be somebody that your children's friends admire.
Fact.
Whether they think cool, whether, right? They must look at, listen, my youth them used to see me play football, and then brethren see me play football and say, yo, I used to just walk on the pitch and I used to just hear, because I was a Jamaican team. I used to just hear, Mooshan, like every time, and it's all the youth them. You get me? All the
You know
youth
how
them.
impactful that is, though? Like, your child will be chest out thinking is like, do you know what I mean? It's so impactful.
Right.
Yeah.
Be somebody your children's friends admire.
Yeah. Demonstrate, man. Demonstrate. Be something your kids want to be. Like,
it means a lot, man. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's important.
And if you're their idol, it stops other people. It stops them idolizing other people who don't have their best interest at heart. Be their idol, and you don't need materialism for that. Just be a man and stand your fucking manhood. They will naturally gravitate towards that as boys. Like, oh, that's my dad. Do you know who my dad is?
Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me. I had my youth, them football team say, yo, get your dad, come on, coach us, and rare. True, how I just encourage them on the football pitch. I don't talk rough to them. I make them know so I believe in them. I make them know so that they're brilliant. I make them know they're great. I let each and every single one of them know that, yo, you're a sick goal scorer. You're the best player on the pitch.
Not how impactful that is, bro. Those words can change the trajectory of a child's life.
But listen, remember this, you know. They used to see me play football. So they used to see me score all kind of goal and da. You get me? And say, right. See, you're that footballer. Yeah. So now when I'm talking to them about how I rate them at football, it's like me hearing John Barnes tell me, say, yo, you're a big footballer.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get me? When I was younger, I met Linford Christie, you know. And Linford Christie told me that I should keep on running. Yeah. You see, to this day, me I 43. To this day, me live off of that. Me not stop run.
It's true, bro. It's so true. Like, honestly, it's not even a joke.
Trust me, I back myself to be anyone in the, even now playing rugby at 43, I trust myself to be anyone in the race. Because of them little wise words. They live on, man. Be an inspiration to you and their friend them, man. Trust me.
Be an inspiration, man. Chase your dream. Let them see you chasing and working hard and striving for your passions.
Yeah, man.
Working with the youths,
working
with the youths, them is what we've been doing. That even when I've been playing football the last 18 months or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of youths from South who are, you know, part of Crystal Palace Academy and all of this type of stuff. But they're like under 18 or under 21, basically. And they come to us and they're not going to make it. You get what I'm saying? But we got to give them that support as like big brothers and that. And
there's gems in your bonding, innit? In that
little Hear the joke thing, though, Macu. Hear the joke thing, though, Macu. Yeah? You know what we're going to do? See, today, watch this. First on 9 ether, right? Any of your youth, them, that was in an academy that didn't make it, go online and look for Ready to Go Pro Football Academy. It's my older brother's academy, right? He trains children up, he trains young people up, young men and girls up, yeah, to get to that academy level, right? Boom.
What's that called, Ready? What's it called?
Ready to Go Pro.
And that's my same as my cousin. Like half his football development is grassroots.
Pretty cool.
And he started at the bottom. You know, like he's got the accreditation to do higher or whatever. And he's like, nah. Where do you think all the great players come from? They come from nowhere. They come from the real bottom tier. You know what I mean? Your Ian Wrights
got a different level of passion, innit?
Yeah.
Drive.
Grassroots is what it's about in football. You know what I mean? It's more than just playing a game and da-da-da. For me, my time's done, innit? So, as he said, it's like playing with John Barnes. That's how I'm moving right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, How many of you dads are playing football? Exactly. Stop your nonsense. You
But
know
that's
what
what,
I'm saying?
that's what you have to be. That's what you have to be. And I remember, you know, we as a youthful people, you know, we is naturally youthful. So there should be no issue with us communicating to the youth. None.
We used to play with the Rasta man. We used to play with all different groups, ethnic groups, mix up to at Fringy Park with all the different races, you know what I mean? Like Moroccans and all of that, and you know, Nigerians and Ghanaians and Bayesians, and you know, there's different like sections of
age don't matter in sport though. When it comes to sport, that's one thing. Sports and art, like age don't
listen, we grew up in Vietnam, with the rite of passage, on the astral turf there, You had your game till about 2-3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, the Nigerian man them used to roll up. And see, for you to play on the Nigerian man's team, they had to be number one, shorter players, or you, number two, be old enough to handle the physicality. Now, if like me, you was really fast, you might get a squeeze here and there in it. But there was a hierarchy, and that was respect.
Yeah, they call you baller. Once you get that baller title,
baller. I used to get called Barnes. You get me? Say, hey, Barnes, Barnes.
Barnes. That's the term of endearment.
Trust me.
You know we are Liverpool and all of these type of fans. Anyway, barely. I remember one time it was only John Barnes we could be. John Barnes and Pele.
No, man. There was Rocastle, there was Paul Davis.
No, that's your day. My day.
There was Mark Waters. But even you had Anderson, you had Cyril Regis. What up to you, dog?
No, that's later. Earlier.
Oh shit!
Really that.
Oh, you're talking about George Best days, isn't it? Or you're talking about Sestani Matthews days.
We didn't even watch Premiership football. We watched World Cup and you know what I mean, things like that. So in that we saw John Barnes, like wow, the only black man with an afro playing for England and playing like they were playing against Brazil is where I first saw him. And I thought, what's this black Brazilian guy doing on the wrong team? Because he had just as much skill as the Brazilians, if not more.
Yeah.
He's playing for England and it's like, rah. All right. And then we had Pele, right? And then over years, obviously, as you're saying, we get more interest with the Regises and the thing. We start to get this little interest in British football.
No, but this is the thing though. See, for me, Snipes, that's the whole reason I supported Aston Villa. Because when I was growing up, it was the first team I started playing number one. But before Dublin, they was bringing enough of the youths them from the ghetto. Now, I got people in Bram, innit? From the same area as Aston Villa, innit? So I know people that was getting brought in. You get what I'm saying to you? So it became a club that kind of was like, right, as a young man like me, if I want to make it, I need to get to an Aston Villa, right? Or I need to get to a Wimbledon or even an Arsenal. You understand me? That we could identify the clubs that would look for it. You know what I'm saying? And Villa was one of them, man. That's it. Literally. I was stuck with it. That was it.
Right, that one. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the time when we was growing up, you know what I mean? That we understand that. Kind of more on your area thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Birmingham is Birmingham, or up north is up north, and do you know what I'm saying? You like the only reason you even think is because there's a large population of us there. Always.
That's why. That's all it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It's always, obviously, as we get older, we understand why that population's there and how it got there. But before that,
it's still fam. You know what I mean? Like we used to do draw straws on whose cousin we're gonna check when we go Birmingham. Whose family. You know what I mean? Is it my turn or is it next man's turn? It's like, bro, call your cousins, bro. Let's go phone box. We meet you in the town center. Cause you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. Like, they're your family, but they're so far removed, isn't it? Back in the day, it's a different environment and that. Now it wouldn't even matter. But,
I got direct family from them ends there. I got direct from all over the UK. You get me?
That's what I'm saying.
It's brilliant.
All right, family. So sorry to interrupt, but our time's getting on, and we're looking to make a little move. But I wanted to just quickly play this video and maybe see what your opinion is on this. But before I say that, you know, I mean, big up yourself, Motion, because you sound like you're present and involved. But this one here, let's have a listen and just see what you think. All right, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Tiki-talkie.
Baby fathers. So many everywhere I look, left and right, redundant baby fathers, redundant and depressed, always cussing about their baby mum, how she don't respect them, how she doesn't let them see the youths, how she just dashed them out of the house. He has no place in society. He's staying on his brethren's couch and he's depressed. And I'm going to explain how a lot of them have become like this, yeah? Bro, there's bare man, yeah, that when they impregnate a girl, she goes to him and says, I'm pregnant. And you know what bare man do in the very early stages? If you track a lot of people's story back, what happens is that he was struck with a fear of commitment. And he basically, yeah, they broke up when the baby was either in her belly or the baby was just born. They broke up, yeah? And the fear that a lot of men face is the fear of commitment, realizing I have to grow up now, yeah, and become a committed man to you, a committed man to this youth, a committed man to this household, and a committed man to more youths that are going to come. It's family man time now. The little man thing done. It's not that. It's time to evolve into a new type of man that a lot of men have never even seen before. Never saw a man like that in their household, but they're going to have to become one of them now, yeah? So when the girl's pregnant or the baby's born, the man relapses back into baby boy. Jody, Joe. You know that guy. So basically, he goes back to his mother's yard. He's living in his mother's yard. He's just doing young boy stuff, you know what I mean? Waking up, bunning zoots, waking up in the middle of the day, still running around, driving a car with no license, going in and out of jail, partying, linking gal. You know the young boy stuff, yeah? He's doing all of that. He might even still be rolling with his nank on him, all of these kind of madnesses, yeah? And the girl now has had a complete change. She's shifted. She's had an instinctive change that has made her have to grow from a young girl into a big woman because she feels like, oh my days, I've got a baby inside of me that I need to protect and guard. And this here, yeah, this is the major turning point that a lot of men mess up on. This is so common. They let the woman go and tackle life's biggest hurdle on her own. She goes and sorts out, what is it? Housing. One of the biggest components of a family life. She goes and sorts it all out on her own while he's over there doing baby boy, doing all the baby boy stuff. And then he decides later on that you could all be 3-4 by now, yeah? He's got all the baby boy stuff out of his system and he woke up and he said, oh, you know, I want to become a man. His mum's there cussing him, saying, you got youths out there, why don't you go and be a man in my yard, stressing me out, numbing out my fridge, doing all that sort of stuff. And he's like, all right, cool, mum, I'm going to go and be a man with Janae, or go to Janae and say, I'm ready to be a man. This time, Janae has already been a big woman for years, you know. She's been a big woman, patterned up her yard. You're all seeing the carpet, the floors, the yard's all decorated that. She got her third car. She passed her driving test without his help. She got her first car without his help. She saved up her first 5-10 bags without his help. She got the permanent yard situation without his help. All the while he was doing baby boy. He comes back into Janae's life, ready to do a family man life now. And she's accepted him. You know why she's accepted him in? He's come back into Janae's life now. Sometimes with nothing. These brothers are brazen, you know. They'll go back to the woman, you know, with nothing after she's started to come, like, put her adult life together. He's come back with nothing apart from the fact that, oh, I'm the dad. She's accepted him back because she's sick of, like, dating all these other guys out here. And she would just rather just be with the father of her kids. It's easier. It makes more sense. So she gives it a go, like, and now they basically tried his family life, yeah. But what he cannot get, yeah. Now look, I'm gonna explain this clearly. Every man needs respect. Every man needs respect. It's just something that is undeniable. But he cannot access respect from Janaea because Janaea has done so much on her own. Here we have the making of a redundant baby father. They will break up, you know, because she can't respect him. She just can't respect him. Like, she will try to keep her mouth quiet. She will try to do all of that. But, you know, at the end of the day, because he's allowed her to get so much equity on her own, and he has no equity in that situation, apart from the fact that he created the pitney, He's redundant. He can't access the respect. They'll mash up, argue, domestic violence, kick out of the yard, crazy. Them man are out here now cussing women on the internet. It's mad. Young brothers that follow me on TikTok, don't be like these guys. Don't be like them. I need you young brothers to understand, from the moment you start seeding out a woman, you start putting your nature in a woman's nature, and she can become pregnant, you have to be prepared to be a big man, on site, ready. In certain parts of the world, Lebanon, Syria, Jamaica, there's certain parts of the world where men have to be big men from they're 14 years old. In England, we got this thing where we think, oh, we can be young boys till we're 35. It don't work like that, bro. It don't work like that. If you get a woman pregnant, let me tell you something, yeah? If you don't kick into gear and start putting things into place as a man, you are going to not be able to access her respect, and you're going to become a redundant baby father. Just my 2 pence in the situation, you get me?
All right. So what do you think to his synopsis there? What do you think to that? What do you think to that, gentleman?
Well, it's his synopsis, I suppose. Don't think it's based in any truth, but I suppose
no.
I think there's elements of truth to it. I think there's elements of truth.
It's not everyone's scenario, so I don't know. That is the scenario that he gave, which is quite viable, but it's not everybody's scenario. So.
No, I think there's a lot of people out there.
No, I mean, what they're calling fear is what some of us just had to deal with, isn't it? If they're calling it fear, I'm saying, okay, yeah, there's a little bit of anxiety, that you are going to have to be placed with responsibility. For some of us, that's always been the case. We've got siblings. Do you know what I'm saying? It depends where we're placed in that sibling kind of thing, that you already got that experience. So it's not that daunting, man. Trust me. It's more about your relationship with the person. To get me, and hope that you built that before you decided to have some children.
Yeah, not for you. But what he's saying is,
not a situation like that.
What he's saying has become more of a norm. Is saying that there's people out there that are doing these things, and I can't even lie. I've known people that behave like this. Yeah, and the fact is, what he's saying is partially correct. They don't get respect because they don't bring anything to the table. They don't. Allow. A lot of them don't allow these things to happen. Yeah, for whatever reason, there might be reasons because the boy them, whatever reasons, but we didn't. Loads of us didn't.
Yeah, well, loads of us never had that experience that he's talking about. So
yeah, loads of us kept our little council flat and stayed at our baby mother's yards for ages. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
loads of us did.
There's no housing provided for man. Man can't get pregnant. Like, what are we doing?
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. Man kept their council flat and whatever.
Couch boyfriend things. You know what I mean? The couch boyfriend thing. But we always advised against it. Like, you know what I mean? Man wanted to stay at girls' yard because they can be switchy in it. And then all of a sudden she's like, get out, get out, get out. So
right.
But you left your good mother and father's home. Let's not forget that. Because for our generation, a lot of people were young still. Young or late teens and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And some even earlier, like, 15, 16. I mean, nowadays, he's talking about 30 and that. Not taking responsibility. Well, if you're at that age and you ain't had a youth yet, then I understand.
No, he's saying this is after the youth. He's saying he's had the youth young and he's now 30 living at mum's yard, saying he's now going to fix up.
Get man.
Yeah. There's nothing man like that, bro.
Well, some ain't got no choice, man. The housing situation, I'm never gonna judge the mandem on it.
Yeah, it's difficult, but we can get around that, man. We can get like, do you know what I'm saying?
In the main, there is no
where the will there's a way, bro. And this is the thing about it, right? This is why, bro, you can be a little somebody that's got your little name and people don't really fuck with you, or you can be known as a little hustler, whatever it is, right? You could do what you got to do to make money in it. But I always say this: Know people that can help you. If none of your friend circle can help you get into legitimate stuff, yeah, like, and be able to get, you understand me, help you to be able to get your name down, to get private tenancy and pay deposit and da. If you ain't got none of those friends, yeah, you need to broaden your horizons and broaden your friend circle. Cause it's a serious thing. Me as an ex-criminal, I got serious high-up barristers, people that work for the FA, I can call for references. Because you got to surround yourself with people that can also, you know what I'm saying to you? Like, man, it's all...
As I said, it's not the same for everyone. You know what I mean? The ones that are doing good can't even get yard. So I don't know. You know what I mean? They go uni. That's the first experience you're going to get outside the house. Them trying to buy, even when they do get decent job, first-time buyers of homes is very difficult. So there's a lot of factors.
It depends on where you're at. Everything's about where you set your sights and planning. Too many people fear leaving what they know.
And what do they know?
Too many people fear leaving what they know. Too many people fear taking a step outside of the city where you're paying X amount of money per month for rent, and you can pay a third or a quarter less elsewhere. And the worst part is you can work outside nowadays, especially you can live outside of London and work in London, get your expenses paid and all kinds of things as well too, like company cars, all these different motives of different ways to be able to, you know, buy and stuff like that. What do you think? Like, people are setting their sights to buy a house in London for 350, 400, 500k. You get what I'm saying? As a starting price. No one's difficult and sounds near and impossible. Do you get what I'm saying?
Shouldn't have that been our house in the first place? And in some cases, yes, it was. Some people sold out their you know, what the grandparents had left. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. The community gets fractured because people move to Luton, Watford, and St. Albans and all of that stuff. That happens, right? You know what I'm saying? Because in society, that this is what's said to be done. You know what I'm saying? And I understand it, but it don't make for community cohesions. Now, when problems are arising, you just got where you would have had a nice support system, which you're saying black community. Yeah, now it's mixed up with a lot of foreign people who don't share the same ways and customs as you. You just live next to each other. You know what I mean?
But you learn. But the thing is, you learn again. No matter what, if you impart the right things into your young people, like they can go anywhere and be amongst anyone and actually still be leaders, yeah, inspirations, and so on and so forth. Like, we're restricting this. You get what I'm saying? That's what I feel like. We're sitting down there saying, oh yeah, like people move out, so on and so forth. Yeah, people move out because some people saw the way that shit was going, decided to move out because they're bringing up children and didn't want them being brought up amongst that. So now I can decide, actually, I don't have to listen to certain radio stations every day. If I want, I can just chuck on the dab and listen to it on my own. Do you get what I'm saying? There's the things that I don't want my children to grow up around and amongst. So it's better for me to move out to the country. Plus, I got my own goals and my own aims. I want to own land. I want to have, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be closer to nature. So it's a different thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is that not a personal thing or a community thing? That's a personal thing, right?
Well, it's a personal thing, but it's also better for the community because it can give people something, a different way of life, and show people a different way of life, and actually find peace. Because if I turn around and say to a man, right, London was like, it was a mad thing, every minute I was working. When I had time to move out my yard, I struggled to even try and get a next yard because of how much I was working, and I was working shifts, so I had to book off time in advance and like all that shit was stressful. Sitting in traffic for 2-3 hours, all that kind of stuff was stressful. Now I can drive 15 miles in 15 minutes. My children are going to see a cooler me, a calmer me, a more relaxed me. Do you get what I'm saying? When I go to my community and I see a brother struggling, I can say, yo, bro, have you tried this? Have you tried what I tried? That might help you. A man might go out to the country and find some peace, find his vocation in life. Like, we can't just sit down and say to people, oh, you must stay amongst the community. You can affect the community in many different ways. We can't shut down how we can affect the community. Like, I'm almost in a position where I can even set up my own agency and provide jobs for people in my community from outside the community. But I had to not be in the community to get there. That's but sometimes we got to take the steps to be able to affect our community. You know what I'm saying? We can't shut down anyway.
That's plenty. That's the drain. That's the brain drain, or the thing drain we're talking about. Yeah, you represent Peckham. Yeah, you represent Peckham. You're from Peckham, and you've decided to go to other parts of the country to, you know what I mean, because it's more conducive, economical, everything. You know,
right?
As I said, your peace of mind is the most important thing, right?
Well, it's not just my peace of mind. My peace. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, because my peace of also arrives at being able to give my children something in the future. Living in London, it was less likely. Even Bristol's a lot cheaper than London, but living where I live, was still economically more viable than buying a house in Bristol, because it was still a lot more. So it made sense, and it makes sense to get what you can afford, because when you can get to what you aim for and aspire to, it makes more sense. Do you think the rich people out there, the rich people in London right now, buying country houses out these ways like nothing? Because of the prices, they're cheap. They're getting a whole heap of house, whole heap of land for cheaper than they would get in London. And they're working in London and getting the London living wage and traveling to London. Like, you can affect things in many different ways, bro. And we have to be smart. This is economic smarts. This ain't just sitting down and being like, oh yeah, stay in the community. This economic smarts. What can I buy in the community with all the transport links around London? How much a house is in Brixton? How much a house is in Dulwich, Peckham, Camberwell? I have to make the money to be able to spend that money, bro. And the way to do that is to start somewhere. To start somewhere is better than to never be able to start.
But yeah, community cohesion and that, and on such things, I think we need that. We need a central station, a central bank or something that represents us. Because right now we're just talking ideas, you know what I mean, that we would love. You know what I mean? And even in some cases, no, these things are being exercised in our community, but I don't think everyone's privy to what's available to them to get it. Like the Manhood, Sisterhood Academy, and all of these other agencies that are Saturday School and all of these type of things. You know what I mean?
But this is the thing, right? This is also down on the academies, because this is what I'm saying, right? You've got people with shows, right? You're on them shows. You're talking about these things, right? But what you haven't done is put together no jingles, no adverts, no sponsorship for these shows to raise awareness. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Like, to be able to reach these people, you gotta take a step to reach these people. This is important to you. So we can't be lurking in the shadows saying, yeah, boom, check this out. But you gotta be big and upfront. We see certain movements today. Look how they're up there in your face. Vegan. Yeah, vegan, like every 5 minutes, and other things. You gotta be in some ways the same way. You gotta be out there. I don't know, man.
I just feel that people are so consumed with their own lives. What we're saying is sounding like a pipe dream still, but you can understand why we feel this way. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we're living it and doing it. You know what I mean?
The system's made it that way, and so some of us are finding ways to kind of circumvent the system again, or to play the game to be able to get themselves into that spot. We're not all able to do it, and we're not all going to be able to do it. All I can say to somebody is, boy, this is how I did it. Try this.
I feel when you have children, you definitely got a lot invested, you know what I mean, more than yourself. You definitely turn into a selfless individual because, you know what I mean, you got this responsibility you got to deal with now. You know what I mean? You don't mind it. Yeah, come on.
That's true. There's enough elements. Like, again, my community, I got community in London, I got community in Bristol. You get me? I got community in Birmingham. So wherever I choose to be, really, I be amongst my community. I'm amongst my community. You get me? In Bristol. Just one day, man, was down at Domino Club slapping some 6 love pounds, some fool. You get me? Yeah. So it's just how it is. I'm always around my community. You get me? So I don't look at my community being just in Peckham. That's it.
I do think you make some valid points still, Motion, and I'm aware of the time still, so I'm gonna be wrapping up soon. Cause I have to get myself together to go and do this thing. But just in terms of what you were saying, in terms of, you know, living outside of London, etc., etc., I do think it is important that, you know, for the future, because remember, we can't just think about tomorrow and next week, and we have to think about the future. You see what I'm saying to you? Because these people, they think 10, 15, 20 years ahead. You understand what I'm saying to you? So we at least need to try to think, you know. And the point I was really trying to make, though, is that I think that, you know, I think Merchant is onto something in terms of, you know, the potential of moving outside of London, especially for the young ones coming up. You know what I mean? Who are still in the sort of age range or and in the ability to be able to get mortgages, etc., etc. Because that's what we should be. Well, it could be argued, at least. Let me say that that's what we should be encouraging for the future. You know what I mean? To earn, to get property, this, that, and the other. And it's far more viable, it would seem. Not even it would seem. It's obvious outside of London than in. Now, I've got a few of my nieces and nephews that have left London to be able to buy their houses and this and that. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to staying in London. So I think, especially, and also if you want to raise a family in that. So I think that's the right thing still, because there's no point in staying in London and just paying rent, especially if you're just paying it to council and not owning enough and get the end, man. Especially if you can leave, buy something elsewhere, and actually own it. You know what I mean? So I agree with that still. And especially now where you have jobs where you can even work remotely, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I would definitely encourage the young people to, you know, see if they invest in a property.
I know of about 5 youth workers, in London alone, they work with my mum, 2 of them live in Jamaica.
What are they?
Youth workers and social workers.
Okay.
Yeah, they live in Jamaica. 2 of them live in Jamaica.
What? And their work is in England?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's that remote thing, man.
They're traveling over twice a year. That's it. They travel over twice a year for a big meeting and everything's remote now. People can live and do jobs and still earn the same good wage and rare. Now you could argue, is this woman in her community because she's not in England? No, of course she's in her community. She's in Jamaica. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, in the community, what needs is for people to be coming together and doing commercial and residential ventures.
But they make it happen though. They red taped it though. That's the problem. I remember you were saying it earlier. They're great ideas, but what happened was that they red taped them. Yeah. So you got to have this amount of people and this amount of people with this training and that amount of people with that training and So for it to happen, I'm not saying it can't happen because it can, but it takes a push from the people with the relevant training and knowledge to be able to then make the inroads. You understand me? Because that's what happened with it. They red taped a lot of things, health and safety, made them red tape nothing. Yeah, we see how remember, I grew up going adventure playground and them something there, you know. You don't see them thing that again.
No. All them amenities gone, boy.
Adventure playground, those were the days, boy.
Even in Peckham, you know what I mean? In Peckham, we're talking adventure
Yeah,
playground.
yeah, they had one in Camberwell, one by the fire station.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Where
We
my
had
auntie
all of them. This is what I'm trying to say to you. And if it weren't that, then I had bike track, round up Birding Bush Road, and them something there. Yeah, we had football pitch round Raska, the Astro Turf. Yeah, and if you checked in enough little areas, they had that going in, and it was just there for the youth them. And every Sunday, everybody from all different estates used to go up to the said place and kick football. You get me? Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Them thing that changed now. Them thing that
They
changed.
sold a lot of those spaces off, innit?
Them thing that changed. And if you lot don't think this is a concerted effort, yeah, because they know
To be honest, though, they're trying to push the people them out of London anyway. So
right.
you can leave London and get a decent place outside. You'll be ahead of the curve anyway. Because
let it be of your own free will, because remember the councils have had projects pushing from the ASBO days.
Right.
ASBO in the council house.
Right.
Yeah, you can get evicted and sent to country, basically.
Right. And this is the thing. This is what they did. And you
yeah,
see what
they're
happened.
coming to take their city back, mate.
And you see what happened. Let me teach you a little trick what them did do. You have a little place in North England called County Durham. See? They had houses in what? 17, 18. They had houses going for 40 grand, 50 grand, 80 grand. Yeah. County Durham is one of the top places with one of the best universities. Yeah. Okay. But what happened was they cut the funding, right? But you see, when they cut the funding, enough people start buy up the house them, right? You see, when they bought up the house them, they went to the councils them and got 10-year contracts on each of the houses. And each of the houses is paying them weekly, whether there's residents in them or not, right? And they're making the money from that. And the council are then housing people. You understand me? This is how these things are working. And this is why I decided the country was the best bet. Because when you see these movements being made, you need to jump on the wave. You get what I'm saying to you? Don't make them ahead of the curve. Because it's the only way you're going to get some power. Because you see, when they want to knock down house and build Tesco, you have to make sure your house is right there, so in the middle, and you get your payout as well. Yeah. Trust me. Think about these things. They're always building. Always building. Yeah. Selling off land to this company, that company, this place, that place. I see it all the time.
But
Man.
what are you saying, that potentially your location could be up for bids in the future, you mean?
Potentially. Yeah. Yeah. Potentially, because one of those areas. It's like most places. There's enough places these ways.
So do a lot of people up your way, do a lot of the family own houses up your way?
It's a mixture. There's a lot of home owners, but there's also interspersed with council estate. You know how it is. You got wealthy areas and then you got council estate.
No, I didn't even mean like that. I just meant in terms of like for example, have you seen like a large migration from London up there?
I mean, it's one of them places you get people from everywhere. Still, people from Wales. You get a lot of people from up north as well. Move out here. Yeah, because the work takes them here, innit? And there's a lot of work in what they do, like the trades and that. There's a lot of work because there's a lot of building going on.
Right. Got you. I've got you.
So
it sounds like this is the next city that they're trying to build up. Then they're making the rounds.
Yeah, I mean Bristol. What they then put ULEZ in on Bristol?
Oh yes. And I think it's in Birmingham as well. And
then put ULEZ.
How much is it up there?
I don't even know. I just know that I got about $2.5 grand a ticket one day. That's it.
Oh, so you've not changed your car?
Listen, for what?
Fair enough.
For what? I might
Yeah, but the only reason you get tickets is if your car doesn't meet the ULEZ thing, innit?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't care.
Fair enough.
I'm a free man. And you know the wickedest thing, them always spell my name wrong, so technicality me them in half appear.
Fair enough.
You get me? Every single ticket I look for, then they spell my name wrong. I said, yeah, you fuck, I don't know. Not pay that. So yeah.
Fair enough. You got kahunas though, man. That's a lot of thingy will be still. So
Hey, 9's, I am a fuck you, I don't pay no fight. Listen, I'm a fuck you. Right, listen, trust me. That's one thing with me. Yeah. I do my thing at work, I pay tax, whatever. But you see, when I'm ready, I don't give it. I tell them straight, I'm not doing it. Fuck that. I'm not part of that game. The TV license, all of that. Nah, man, move. Nah, sir.
Don't you have to be a little bit more cautious now you're a homeowner and that, bub?
For what?
I'm just asking.
Listen, third party ain't got nothing to do with no, you can't use no third party in this thing. You get me? We don't do that. Trust me. We don't do that. There's ways you can do certain things, You just have to know how to do it. You get me? And when you do it, you just say it with a big fuck off. That's it, literally. Trust me.
Oh dear. But the ULEZ thing, well, yeah, the ULEZ thing though, because I know enough people have had to sell their cars and that for the ULEZ, man, and some big cars as well. It's crazy, man. After they told the people them to get diesel in the first place.
Right. That's why, right. So then they never tell me if I buy one. I'm gonna go buy one. No, sir.
Right.
Living crisis. You're asking me to change my car?
Yeah, man. You can't afford that shit, man. And I can't afford to be. And I've got free. I got free passage through this Dominion. You understand me? Allow it, man. Allow it. Yeah, because I can roll up the same road with a herd of cows and pollute the place even more. Yeah, allow it, man. Allow it. I'm not playing no games with them, man. Make them lost anyway.
Gentlemen, well, I think with that act of defiance, I think that's a perfect place to end. You know what I mean?
Don't have it. Don't pay fines. Beat up the bailiffs.
I don't know, man, because I see some clips on TikTok of these bailiff things where I know they're not leaving without their money or their goods. So I don't know, man. That's a lot of stress for some people, man.
That's why you need community cohesion, because in those situations, then you might need some of the brothers to come and stand outside the yard and say, "No, you're not going to do that to our elderly or to people who are not quite, up to date with their business."
I did, Mackie. I did. I blocked one in because he blocked her in, so I blocked him in. You don't leave. See that you want. Yeah. See that you want steer. You get me?
Yeah. There you go. But don't put your hands on no one, because boy.
All right, gentlemen, because I swear to God, this is supposed to be a quickie. So when the quicky's nice though, when it goes and it goes and it goes.
Bro, we're talking about the stream. You sure? We still talking about the stream.
Yeah, of course.
She disappeared for a while ago.
Of course. So yeah, man, and obviously it's Friday settings and that, and like I said, looking to reach and that, so I thought myself and that. But Martin Unique's giving me a pause. Martin mud. But yeah, man, well, going already Unique, man. Come on, man. But yeah, man, it was a good reasoning still, but yeah, man, try and fly up there and see what I won. So big up yourselves, family. You don't know the rest. Thank you for the new people passing through. Very nice to see some of the people and bust barrier and that. So yeah. Come on, Victoria. That might be a little bit later, but first we got to do community works. You get me? Then we go pick up rent nickel later. Sis. Nah, you know what? Let me not even convolute the thing, man. But thank you very much. I mean, thank you very much. Do you know why I'm not running? I'm gonna leave it, Natty, because when I run tunes, it gets thingy bobby, and because this is a proper serious topic and that, I want it to kind of get through and it, no flaggings and rare. So I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it that time still, because I've had some really popping shows, but because I'm always violating,
Right.
You know, so I got to get disciplined.
Same.
You know, but I love my music. You see, that's why they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
I know. Banned in some countries and that. Like, what are we doing here?
It's all about the message still, man. But like for real, family, because I know it was a Friday one, so you get me. But I appreciate everyone passing through. Yeah, big up the real G's and all that. You know what I mean? And everyone else, big up yourself. So Brixton, here we come. Big up yourself, 95 Crip, man, and we'll see you all go on.
Yeah, man.
Motion, big up yourself, passing through. Kel, as ever. Trill, you don't know the rest. And Maku, your time will come. Big up, family. I'll talk myself. The settings. Yeah, I mean, go and support the man, because we love you.
Definitely.
We love the ones that put it in, man. You know, this is the thing, you know. The thing is, you know, man them know, that once man them are good, there's nothing better than we, you know.
Of course not.
Nothing at all, nothing better than we once. Listen, man, come on, man. Anyway, I'm gonna stop because you know what I mean. But you don't know what I'm talking about, man. Like we're proper, man. We are the proper ones, man. Proper, yeah. No pasta, you know. Yeah, you see on TikTok, me sit man, I wake up early morning, cooking 3-course meal for the lunch for the husband and putting that shit on TikTok. Counterparts getting jam sandwiches. What are you saying to me, man? Sure. All right, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. All right, we'll leave it with Code. And Code says he likes to put it in. So we'll leave it right there. So feel that. Gone. Laters. One love, family.
Big up.